legislative priorities. I assume y'all are going to do something regarding this.
Perhaps.
Obviously, it's a top 8 priority, but it's a bitch list. Would it be helpful to y'all since we want legislative priority language to be succinct, tight and whatnot, that this, even though it's a little longer, would help bolster that.
Yeah, I would say your points and your questions are well taken. My suggestions for the legislative priorities committee so far have been yes, let's keep them tight and specific. There is an effort going on over there to have a really expansive list of legislative priorities. I think the more priorities you have, the less you have actually. So I'm kind of a advocate of let's keep them all tight. And so in the spirit of that, I'm really comfortable with the platform being as elaborate as it is, proposed to you all, with that priority being as follows. This is at least what I'm advocating for over there. That is the abolition of the Texas lottery. Do away with that broken, scandal-ridden government program from start to finish. I think that would be a great way to demonstrate that we want to deal with this scandal and the corruption that was involved in a really nice, succinct way. And it only generates about $3.6 billion per biennium. It's less than 1% of the entire budget. And so they can find that money for schools, which, by the way, funds 3 days of education, if you can believe it. So that's not quite the fundamental transformation that was promised 30 years ago when we brought this thing in. The abolition of the Texas lottery and then the prevention of any form of expanded predatory gambling. Of course, there are efforts right now. I'm sure many of you have gotten ads and things to bring different kinds. The two big ones, I think, at least right now, that you're seeing conversations evolve, trying to get people to support expansion on our brick and mortar casinos. Probably very familiar with that fight over the last 4 or 5 years. And then the second would be the online sports betting. But I think I saw a list of like booth sponsors and things like that, and they weren't even on it. Maybe y'all remember, like, I think it was 4 years ago. They actually had a booth, like a DraftKings booth or a FanDuel or something like that. I don't see them actually even participating anymore. So I don't know if that's because they're picking fights in other states and trying to expand there, or if they've tucked tail. So, but certainly there are people who are prepared to fight and try to bring other forms of gambling than the one we have. And the one we have, of course, is the lottery, right? And so that is a government monopoly of predatory gambling. So we're pushing really hard to try to unwind it. Any other questions?
Yeah, quick question.
Sure.
I hear a lot of conservative uh, podcasts like Ted Cruz's Verdict podcast
Okay.
that use gambling as advertising. Even though
Yeah.
he, as I understand it, opposes gambling. Is there any hope to eliminate some of the gambling advertising in the state as well?
I'm not going to advocate for or against it. What I will say is just an observation, maybe, that the predatory gambling industry right now is marketing and advertising disproportionately to our young people.
Annoying and dangerous.
That's right. I'm 33 years old. I'm a young guy. I'm kind of like right in the top of the generation that's been exposed to this. Some of you younger guys are probably very familiar with this, right? But now we know that they're marketing even younger. The activity that you see in the advertisements that happen on college campuses in particular is overwhelming, actually. And so perhaps something that would be worth weighing is, do we treat this not unlike we did big tobacco 40 years ago and say, hey, you can advertise all you want, but perhaps not to children. What you're trying to do there by creating a customer for life.
My understanding is they're even advocating through things like Minecraft to try to groom kids.
That's correct. Yeah, if you want to go another step deeper, games like
It's pervasive.
Fortnite, Call of Duty, they all have gambling elements. I don't know if you have HEB in your parts of Texas, but in front of the store where they have their big Price is Right wheel, which is essentially just an introduction to gambling. I think you put in a token or a coupon, you win a prize or something like that. We're conditioning young people to have those brain patterns form at a very young age, which is very concerning. Yes, sir.
It sounds like a question. Just I would add that I would actually see there are actually prediction markets and like traffic patterns. And I have like when cars go through an intersection.
Yeah.
Time I have seen videos of grown men just completely crashing out because they placed a bet and the right number of cars wasn't in, so it's just going through or whatever. It's just completely, it's gotten out of community here.
Yeah.
Absolutely agree. That's something needs to be done.
And one thing too, I'll point to your point there is maybe two observations I would add to that. One is that uh, what you see now is a breaking down of the barriers that exist. You think of like going to a casino. If I'm going to go to a casino, I have to put pants on. Okay, I have to get in my car and drive. I might have to go to an ATM, right? Like there's a lot of barriers to entry, right? So the elimination of those barriers is something that the industry is very interested in. The most concerning one, I think, is the blending of, I'll give you one example of Robinhood, which is an investment platform, or at least purports to be. Well, now you can get on and gamble on your quote unquote investment platform. So what I think that opens the door up to is perhaps like I don't think this is a bad example, but like an investment company just saying, why don't you just move money from your IRA and move into this place and win back that loss you experienced last week on the gambling side. And I just think that's a really dangerous gross precedent. That's very scary. And then the second one is just that you know the idea that young people, I think, are turning to gambling now as almost an investment strategy, like it's a last grasp at a potential way up to another lifestyle, right? Like the only way I'm ever going to get ahead in this world is if I hit it big with the ladder. And it's the same thing that you see with people at the lottery, right? I mean, you have disproportionately, overwhelmingly, exponentially poor people are most vulnerable among us that are just falling victim to this time and time again because they think if they just keep playing lottery, actually, they will no longer be in this economic level. And so I think that that's just a cultural decline thing that we can obviously push back on through encouraging lawmakers to consider that this is a very serious issue.
Destin, I appreciate it.
Yes.
I agree. I think we do need a Texas Constitution amendment. Fire hands.
For gambling. That's right. That's
very
right.
least. No, these are very serious discussions that we're having. Yes, we're gonna bring this back.
We tried to make it as easy as possible for you guys. If there's things you don't like in there, Andrew, I'll be available. We're happy to answer any further questions. Let me know. And we'd love to see you guys if you're able to sneak away like I did over at Life Priorities.
Yes.
So thank you all very much.
And Andrew, actually, you're next. I want to make sure this is getting filled out. Oh, it's not right there. I
think Thomas put me down on it, but I'll just double check.
Yes, what's here?
I wrote down the plank speed of this. Okay, great. Yeah, it's like 60.
What's the site? Yeah, I have a testimony tracker somewhere.
Oh, that wasn't okay.
Or at least it was right here. Yeah, it's just let's go. Buddy,
Want to walk off with it?
so
Let me sign this one.
yes, please.
Sure, happy to.
And if you've already spoken, please do so as well. Do you have to send the? Do we still have the testimony list? Yes, testimony list. Okay, correct. You need to sign up?
No, I already.
Oh, sure. Yep. So next on the list is Andrew.
You put 4 because I'm for the plan I'm submitting. Is that right? It's not saying it's right.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you guys very much. Appreciate you. I'll stick around 2 more minutes to carry Andrew's testimony. My
Okay, so appreciate y'all's time, and thanks for having me back. So my first testimony, I believe I signed up twice. It's going to be on Plank 62, government spending and taxation. I did just email over to you, Michael, the SREC doc, which included our language for all 3 planks that we're talking to y'all about, 62, 65, and then property tax 75, 76. So I'll address 62. 62, it was a good place to start in the current 2024 language. But the change that we've made calls out the fundamental problem that we're facing here in Texas when it comes to fiscal issues, when it comes to the burden of taxation, which is government spending at all levels of government. The state of Texas, since 2003, when Republicans took full control of the state legislature, has increased state fund spending by 200%. 200% in the last 2 sessions. It increased it by 42%. In 4 years, 42% increase in state spending. And these are not to call them out too hard, but perhaps they deserve it. These are these are elected officials who claim to be conservative. They want limited government, right? But a great way to measure the size and scope of government is by how much people's money that they're spending. And so the more a government spends, the more it has to tax. And so the more the state spends, the less revenue it has available for property tax relief. And the more local government spends, the higher the property taxes have to be, the more bonds they have to take out. And so the changes that we're suggesting here in Claim 62, there in red and underlined, draws attention to this and really tries to uh, zero in on the fact that if we want to get a handle on the growing, skyrocketing problem of property taxes, which I'll address like 75 and 76 when I'm done with this, we've got to get a handle on the problem of government spending, excessive government spending at all levels of government. And so, happy to answer any questions. Well, I guess a couple more things I'll point out. This probably have a few more seconds. We did incorporate exactly what the governor is calling for in his property tax relief plan there in the latter half of our changes, which is limiting local spending increases to the lesser population plus inflation growth of 3.5%. That's what the governor is calling for, and that is a very reasonable and common sense thing to do. Local governments currently have no limit on how much they can increase spending. And increase spending however much they want, and they can figure out where they want to get that from, whether it's bonds, or raising fees, or raising property taxes. And so we need to do that, impose some common sense spending limits at the local level, and at the federal or at the state level, we would say, hey, especially with a 42% increase in state spending in the last few years, probably should maybe stop it where we're at for a little while and start cutting out all the waste of property abuse and start growing our surplus so we can flatten that property tax. So I'll stop there and take any questions you'll have on like 62.
Andrew, I appreciate you mentioning that this is incorporating the governor's proposals. We talked a little bit last night, and now I've heard about these conversations happening at the governor's office about how can we actually tackle property tax reform. And I know these are conversations had around the state for long decades. But it's the first proposal that actually does something. Right? It's actually a path. Um, and that can be done, can be passed in the House and the Senate. Um, is there anything else that we need to add to this to kind of ensure that our representatives in Austin actually stop bickering?
So I think when it comes to property taxes, I think Plank 75 and 76 are changes there really gets to the heart of the property tax issue. This plank, since it's already in the platform, we said, hey, let's strengthen this to make it abundantly clear to them that spending has got to be addressed. You can keep talking about property taxes all day long. You can keep throwing money at the issue of property taxes all day long. But if you don't start controlling spending at the state and local level, both levels, we're not going to get very far. We've seen, I don't know how many trillions of dollars of debt we're now at federal level, but we can't do much about that here in this room. But what we can do is send a strong message to our legislators in Austin that regardless of what the federal government does, how much debt they're going to be in, taxes can remain a place that is basically sound, both for us and for future generations, no matter what comes down. No matter what comes down.
Any questions for Andrew on this? Okay, and then I have you up for 75, 76.
Okay. I want to speak in real quick. I just want to give you if you have something that I can be helpful on, just text me because I'm very good at responding to emails this week already. Yeah, thanks. Let's see. Okay. Okay.
Good. Actually, real quick before I start that, U.S. debt plot says it's 39.2 trillion.
I knew it was in the upper 30s. I'm sure if it crossed it, probably happening here in the next few months.
Yeah, only for all the pockets. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so Plank 75 and Plank 76 both deal with property taxes. in general. Plank 70, and they're already split out in the current or in the 2024 platform. 75 acts the property tax, and it calls for essentially eliminating property taxes. In the language that I did send you earlier, SREC sent, we've cleaned it up a little bit, but I think it generally stays the same, and the same message there that ultimately we want to eliminate property taxes. That's our ultimate goal. But you'll see our changes there. The one thing I'll point out on that is that the last line there on 75, we actually took from the bottom of 2024's Plank 76 because it fits there, right? That's basically the definition. I think Tom Glass introduced this language. It's the definition of what no property tax would be, right? 76, again, already in the platform, we did make several changes to it, is essentially the incremental steps that are getting put us on that pathway to property tax elimination. And this incorporates heavily what the governor is calling for in his property tax relief plan, and it lines up very well with TFR's property tax plan that we've been advocating for many years. I'll run through them very quickly. So, requiring 2/3 voter approval for any property tax increase. This is in the governor's plan, this is in TFR's plan, and this is not, bear in mind, this is not 2/3 supermajority approval for rate increases. This is for levy increases. No matter what happens with your appraisal or what happens with the rate, if your property tax bill, that's ultimately what matters, it's going to go up, you should get a supermajority of the voters to say yes. B, not much change there, getting rid of the unused increment rate. C, getting rid of a lot of the loopholes that we're seeing, the unused, the disaster loophole. D, requiring 2/3 voter approval for bonds as well. This is also in the governor's plan. Something that the governor introduced that was unique to him that we hadn't thought of before was empowering a certain portion of registered voters to petition for rollback elections. So we've empowered the voters to stop the increases. Now we're empowering the voters to start lowering property taxes. So we're giving more power to the voters. F, same thing, imposing those spending limits on local governments. We've reiterated it here and showing how this is intimately connected to property taxes. Growing the state surplus, again, that's on G, again, linking how critical it is that the state be fiscally responsible as well in this conversation. And then H, eliminating school and minimum property taxes. That's half, roughly, of all the property tax levies around the state. Imagine if your property tax bill was cut that way. That's real property tax relief, not, unfortunately, what the legislature's been doing for the last several years. They've passed tens of billions of dollars in property tax relief since 2019. And during that period, property taxes were up 35%, $23 billion since 2019. They went up $2.7 billion last year. So what the legislature's doing, fortunately, it's not working. It's not working because they haven't been controlling the spending problem. Haven't been controlling for the ability of local governments to increase property taxes to fund that spending addiction. So those are our changes for both 75 and 76. We think it lines up very well with what the governor's trying to do and what TFR has been trying to do for a long time. And again, puts us on that pathway to ultimately ending the system of perpetual rent to the government, which is in a lot of ways ridiculous. Happy to answer any questions. Open it to my time to legend.
So I'm going to preface this by saying that I support and agree with everything that you're advocating for. I have two questions. The first is regarding school district no. You can say that you want to eliminate no, but that's not going to eliminate the need for school districts to do no. My understanding is that in order to actually fully eliminate no, you would have to raise the sales tax to say 20 to 25%. Is that number correct? And if so, is that even politically viable?
So not exactly. So I think there have been conversations about if we were going to overnight eliminate all property taxes from every taxing scheme, so that includes cities, counties, special districts, and schools. There's been some studies that have said you would have to increase the sales tax to 18, 20, 22%. There's a lot going on there, and I could go into the details. Really needed me to talk to all offline. When it comes to school and minimum property taxes in particular, this is actually quite easy to do. It just takes the courage to do it. The state already funds schools by 40%. 40% of state school funding comes from the state. 10% comes from the feds, and 50% comes from property taxes. Simply what we're saying is, hey, take the surplus revenue that the state has been getting over the last several sessions. Again, $33 billion, 2023, $24 billion last session. Take that surplus revenue and apply it to buying down school and minimum property taxes over the next couple of years and bring that 40% to 90%. And thereby eliminating school and minimum property tax. And once you get it up there to where the state is essentially fully funding the schools and they're no longer coming for property taxes, people no longer pay that particular property tax. Once we do that, we can deal with the cities and others.
And the other question I had is that, and I don't know if this is a TFR position as well, but Governor Abbott wants to decrease the frequencies with which appraisals occur to at least every 5 years instead of annually. And again, that is something that I agree with. But what happens if, say, during that appraisal period, the market value of my house declines significantly? I end up paying property tax based on an appraisal that's out of line with market value. So how would you address that issue?
So the appraisal side of the governor's proposal is not something that TFR has focused heavily on, just because, and I'm not saying that part of his proposal is bad, but it doesn't really matter what your appraisal is. If your tax rate is 0, your appraisal would be $1 billion. You're actually paying property taxes. And so if we have local governments that would simply adopt the no new revenue rate, it wouldn't matter if your appraisal continues to go up. Now, to answer your question specifically, I don't foresee any situation other than another Great Depression where your appraisal goes down. I don't think anybody's home appraisal in the state anywhere has gone down. And so, I mean, that could be a downside. I think the other part of his proposal dealing with appraisals is not just that it's every 5 years, but also that it can increase 3% 5 years. So he's saying, yes, reappraisal over 5 years, but also too, right now it's limited to 10%. So now we're going to say, if they're going to raise it, it can only go up by 3%. And so that helps. But if you only do that, and you don't do the other stuff, it's not, you cannot deal with the property tax problem by just addressing appraisals or just addressing, bonds or just addressing, you really have to, because they all work together to determine the real problem, which is how much money is going to be in these funds.
So thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, absolutely.
For number 76, property tax relief.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to see something in there that does deal with freezing property taxes and appraisal values. Again, I want 75 to pass. I want there to be no property tax. But since we have the whole incremental steps here, one of them I think would work here is freezing the taxable values on area residents of the purchase price. Okay.
That is something we can look at. If you also include the governor's percent 5-year proposal as well, if you'd like. The only thing I'll caution you about is that's basically what California did many years ago. This is true. And the downside of that is what California did is they basically said your appraisal can only go up 1%. But they didn't control for local spending. And since they didn't do that, what happened was local governments in California made it so expensive to build anything new. But now new housing wasn't being built because the fees, local governments were getting all their revenue that they had lost because appraisals weren't able to go up from all these fees and so forth. Not only that, but it also essentially stopped the circulation of properties. People just stopped moving because if a new house was built next to you, after you'd been in your house for 10 years or 20 years, maybe you're older, you're ready to downsize. Well, this house, which is, a 4-bedroom, 3-bath house, you don't need anymore. Well, it's literally, your property taxes on that house is less than the 2-bedroom house down the road. And so it's something to consider that freezing appraisals can help, But if that's all you do, we could end up in a situation.
Definitely not in this. So absolutely not. Like you said, what California did many years ago. They just started raising fees, creating new fees, and it was just another form of taxation. But
Local governments, look, if you don't control their spending appetite, they're going to figure out how to get the money somehow. They're going to raise rates. They're going to increase fees. They're going to pass new bonds. They're going to do. So that's also why, again, the spending issue is so critical to the overall property tax bill.
fine. Anything else from the committee? Done. Andrew, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Make sure to write down your little spiel here. Thank you. Next I have Barry Moore. Or separate. I think it's
Thank you for having me. My name is Barry Moore. I'm a Senate District 2 delegate. I do want to comment on 4 planks. And I just want to say that I've been licensed as a CPA almost 40 years and as a CFP for 15 years. So I wanted to comment on 4. 2, I'm suggesting to modify or strengthen. And 2, I'm just wanting to advocate my support with the current platform. The 2 that I'm wanting to consider or suggesting modifying and strengthening. The first one is plank 83, which has to do with our right for gold and silver transactions. I'm sure you're familiar, but House Bill 1056 passed in the last session, which basically the right to use gold and silver and then transact in that way will begin next May 1st. Because if the atmosphere has shifted and that bill has passed, that's going to need to be modified. But my specific encouragement is that you would add a phrase about eliminating state and local tax barriers to voluntary use of gold and silver as legal tender. One of the issues that has to do with doing this is the capital gain. Every time you buy a cup of coffee, buy a tank of gas, you're basically going to end up having to pay a slight capital gain. And I just would encourage the committee to put that verbiage or something like that, eliminating state and local tax barriers for that. That's my main suggestion. I also want to say in plank 83, it talks about the central bank digital currency, and I wholeheartedly on board with the current language, or the heart of what that is. I'd like also to talk about the plank number 76, which is the property tax relief. I was involved in 2001 with co-founding a private school, served as the board chair for 7 years. Ended up paying for all 5 of my kids to go through private education, but then also paid the majority of my property taxes in the school district. So in a sense, paid for 2 educations. And so I am in support of that. What I would encourage you to modify as I read through plank 76 is about rental property or business property. I own my wife and I own some rental property, a number of rental properties, and in the last 2 years, the property tax relief has been on the homestead exemption and increasing that, which is great for our personal homes, but for our businesses, it has not been any tax relief at all, and I feel like that is unacceptable to me that we have not had any tax relief on that side, because I feel like that is an important part of not only my personal situation, but in the whole economic viability for the state of Texas. So my encouragement is that you would modify or add some specific language in there so that it's clear that it's not just for our homes, but that it's for business or rental property also, which it may be. It was just unclear in reading that to me so that would be my suggestion for plank 76. I want to also just give my support for plank 78, which has to do with the building of professional sports stadiums. it is my opinion that we should not be giving tax incentives to billionaire owners. It is actually controversial. I believe many would advocate that these professional sports stadiums are helping the local economy, but I would say that's a controversial stance, and I would be against. I do not think that they do actually help the local economy, and so I just want to say that I support the current stance in Plank 78 about the building of professional stadiums. The last thing I want to say has to do with Plank 81, which is ending the Fed. I do support abolition of that, and especially independent audits. It is crazy to me that our public companies have to have independent audits, and yet our own federal government, or the Federal Reserve, technically part of the government, but that the Federal Reserve can operate on such a grand scale and be not have to be accountable or even transparent. And that to me, as a former auditor, is just very difficult for me to understand. So I just support the plank that is currently there. I conclude my comments.
Right. Any questions from the committee?
On 83, our current platform does not have any mention of crypto. We received several resolutions that want to add crypto into the plan. Do you have any insight as to if that would be a thing for us to have a stake on?
I would not have any comments. I know, so I work for a Fortune 500 financial services firm. Currently, we don't allow crypto investments, so I would not be the one to give expertise or input as far as how to regulate that. I am not personally, I do not own any, and I don't give any advice as far as that goes.
In regarding 83, adding language, something to the effect of the state of Texas should protect such money and its use for capital gains taxation at the state and federal levels. That
Sure. Sure. That's the heart of what I'm to communicate.
yeah. Right. Anything else in the debate? Hearing none. Thank you, Barry.
Thank you. Thank you for your service.
All righty. Got Tom Glass.
Thanks, I'm Tom Glass, ST18 delegate. I was on this committee back in 2022 on this subcommittee, actually, and actually I see a lot of my fingerprints over a lot of these things in there already. I primarily I sent you guys an email back on the 4th, June 4th, saying platform ads needing to support proposed legislative priorities. What I did is what I call a gap analysis of the priorities I was working on, adding, and was cognizant of the rules of that say the priority should be supported by the platform. And I went to look to see what was in there, and I found two things. Well, one thing that's really a gap, and one that I wanted to tweak. I'll start with number 70, plank 70, which is the Let Texans Run Texas plank, which was, by the way, my words. And the thing is, the first sentence reads, the Texas legislature shall pass legislation that prohibits political subdivisions of Texas and state agencies from accepting federal funds. Okay, and then it keeps on going. That violate Texas law. Okay, what we've got as we speak in a draft of one of the priorities is accepting federal funds that have strings attached. And so I'm proposing to make sure we're in sync, that we insert right after funds, we insert language that have strings attached and then you keep on going, or going not are that violate Texas law. So the text, we keep the violate Texas law thing, but we add strings attached. The language. Y'all got that? I haven't sent that to you in some precision, but hopefully that's good enough. Okay. That's good. That's the one. Number two is I want to page down to plank 83, which is currently entitled Right to Use Gold, Silver, Cash, and Cash Substitutes. I'm also involved in that. My Texas Constitutional Enforcement Group has been pushing this, and we have passed two of the things that we have here. The transactional gold that's referenced in this plank was we actually passed in the last legislative session, which is wonderful. I don't mind keeping it, but you may want to do, the reference to the Texas Bullion Depository and stuff like that. You can keep it or not as you will. As I have no problem with keeping it in there because, getting the controller to actually do it is, also an interesting thing. I think Don Huffines will. I'm sure Kelly Hancock would have. But anyway, the other thing that I want to say is this refers to what I'm now calling the Currency Choice Amendment, which has passed the Texas House twice and failed in the Senate, which is the thing that says we respect the natural right to use any currency of our choice and to mutually exchange it. And by the way, that amendment that has passed the House twice explicitly includes digital currency as one of the protected constitutional things that we're doing. And so I certainly want to keep this language, that last paragraph in the language there. But what I'm suggesting, essentially, is from Texas constitutional enforcement perspective, we start off calling it right to use gold, silver, cash, credit, cash substance. That's a really kludge thing to kind of as a marketing tool. And we have now changed and started calling it currency choice. And so my recommendation to this committee is to just change the name of blank 83 to currency choice. And then I think the rest of it flows and is still consistent with that. So that's really all I have to say on that. If I have any time, I will also follow some of the conversations we've had on property tax. Client 76. Mr. Salvo, you were talking about the appraisal plank in here. I will tell you that I wrote this thing for 2024, which most of it stayed intact, and we added some stuff in 2024. I did it in 2022. And one of the big things I was in favor of was this language for the appraisal, replacing the appraisal system as an interim step. I want to make sure you guys know, and so I just want to I support keeping this language. Okay, I want to let you know that I pulled that from the 2018 legislative priority, which called for ending M&O's school property tax by doing compression over time with the surplus, which is called for in one of these other planks. I forget which one it is, and the other. So I was essentially channeling the priority we've done in 2018 when I wrote this language. And so I favor, and by the way, there's a lot of stuff out there, for instance, the deal about limiting local government growth that Faye talked about here a minute ago. I wholeheartedly support adding support for that in here. But I will say, I do not want to get rid of pushing for using surplus over time to eliminate M&O's school property tax. I hope you keep that in here. Just to give you a report from the front in terms of what's going over in legislative parties, it is unclear to me. There are zillions of different ideas about what to put in the priority. Some are advocating complete elimination of consumption tax right now. Okay, I don't think that's going to make it out of the priorities. Just reading the room. But then the question is, where's it going to go? I'm hoping my county committee resolution to keep the 2018 stuff, the get rid of M&O over time with surplus and the appraisal reform. I'm hoping that survives into this deal. I don't know if it will. But one thing that in terms of the governor, in his plan, by the way, the governor proposed eliminating school M&O property tax. He had into the special session in 2023, right? He proposed the very plan that's in this platform in a special session call, and of course, the lieutenant governor and the Ways and Means, the House ignored him. It is my impression that he has backed off that, calling for that in his latest thing. I could be wrong. But I do not want to let the governor be the guide. The whole reason why this platform committee exists, the whole reason exists, is so we can say what we want. Tell us what we want. And I think the governor, with his plan, some of it's good, but some of it has backed off from the more effective things that he was proposing in the past. And I think we need to stay firm on pushing him to do more than what he proposed in the thing. So that's all I have to say, unless you guys have any questions.
Any questions? Good.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Make sure to write down why you came to speak.
Oh, okay.
Right here too. In fact, if you could put that on that
Say
there.
here.
You can put it up there.
Oh,
That'd be great. I don't know where the other sheets went.
More detail on the back too, there's a lot in there, Tom.
Let's see. Next, I have Thomas. You have a candle. Oh, it's please. Real quick, I'm just following the news right now out of McKinney. There's a verdict reached in the Kamala Anthony case, and we're just waiting on the verdict on that. Just the verdict's reached. Yeah, that's the verdict is reached. Waiting on the jury to.
Alright, go ahead and tell me to shut up.
I will gladly. But please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Thomas Furry at Senate District 12. I'm here to talk in favor of TFR's language on Plank 65 regarding gambling. Destin already spoke on it quite eloquently, but I have a little bit of additional anecdote that I'd like to provide. So I worked in private equity for several years. One of the cases that my office handled was actually for a casino. Thankfully, I was not staffed on the case. Never quite sat right with me, but it certainly stank a whole lot worse after I saw what my colleagues were up to. The revenue split in this company was, I mean, usually you hear about the 80-20, like 20% customers, 80% of revenue. It was 90%, 2%. 2% of the customers doing 90% of the revenue. They refer to these people as whales, which is a complete misnomer. Because whales are generally like multi-million, if not billionaires, come to your casino, drop gobs of money, and get a glitzy room and other services so they don't cry about it. These are blue collar minimum wage workers who go into outrageous quantities of credit card debt at the behest of these very, very predatory casinos. And it's not just the casinos who are guilty of this, it's guilty up and down the line. I mean, colloquially in the industry, it's not uncommon to refer to state-run lotteries as the idiot tax. It's money that you tax on stupid people in your locality for just being stupid and buying into the lottery. And so it's no surprise that you see the Texas State Lottery taking the great liberties that it did in outrageous corruption. Destin, I think, said rightly, one of the worst state corruption scandals that we've seen, perhaps in the past 2 decades. It's no surprise that they would do that because they're already scalping it. It's already a racket. And so it wasn't that far of a leap to say, well, we're already pillaging the pockets of the neediest Texans. Let's just choose which pockets it ends up going into. It's a profane industry, and profane things will continue to come from it. And the worst part about this is the profiteers on it are laughing all the way to the bank. Because if any of them sat down and got assigned to the jobs that we have here today, they would come to the resounding conclusion that all of these things should be completely eliminated. Thinking like they'll come and make a plea like, no, don't cut this. It generates revenue for the state. It's a little extra cash in your piggy bank. Don't worry about it. But if you ask one of them to seriously do like the quantitative measurements, what is going to be the net impact here? What's cost benefit analysis? The deleterious effect this has on all of Texas, not just the poorest, but all of Texas, is outrageous. Worse education outcomes, worse health outcomes, obviously worse financial outcomes, up and down the line. There's no reason to justify this on revenue agreements. And even if it were justifiable on revenue agreements, you are entrusted with protecting the state. We are, and the legislature will be when we hand them these priorities and the platform. It is irreconcilable, as Destin said, to be entrusted with the common good and with the prosperity of Texans and to continue not just permitting, but promoting things like this. So Texas generally is strong on gambling, at least relative to the other states. I hope that we would agree Texas needs to be stronger. But the first thing that needs to be said is that we must hold the ground that we've already gained. We need to do our hardest to kill the Texas lottery. It's outrageous, it's corrupt, and it was corrupt to begin with. And I think to your point, sir, about language for killing advertisements, I would be very much in favor of that. I'm sorry that I didn't bring any with me today, but I think that's an excellent idea. I'll yield my time at that. I've said my piece. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'd welcome.
Thomas, yeah, quite quick here. There was a question a little while ago about the same topic about advertising gambling and adding that. Do you have any thoughts on possibly doing that, debating advertising through any type of this?
I think that'd be fantastic. I mean, I could draft up some language and send it to you. I don't have any in front of me, but if we do it the next 10 minutes. Yeah. You got it. Please.
I've read a little bit and prediction markets. I've read a little bit about people using like computer programming and stuff like that to think of find inefficiencies and exploit it. Can you talk more about that and how that disadvantages average people like you and me?
Well, I mean, look, if the system's going to exist, I kind of respect the panache of some people who go in and use computer system to seep money out of the casinos and out of the different gambling websites. I honestly don't have too much of a gripe with that. It's not exactly the profession that I would pursue, but stealing from thieves is not the worst thing in the world. So I think that would be the extent of my thoughts there.
Any other questions? None? Thomas, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you guys so much.
And write down your.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Good afternoon, guys. My name is Tony McDonald. I'm a delegate from Senate District 9. Served as the General Counsel for the Tarrant County Republican Party and represent conservative taxpayer clients in various lawsuits. And so recently it came to my attention. I wish I had known about this back before the SD conventions. I would have worked this earlier. But here I'm dumping it on y'all. There's a very somewhat obscure law on the Texas books. It's an incredibly anti-taxpayer law, and I think we ought to get rid of it. And so I want to tell you a little bit about it. I got involved as co-counsel on a case representing some McKinney taxpayers against local governments there over bonds that they're issuing. And the issue in the lawsuit isn't really important, but it's the allegation is that the bonds are illegal. And so we filed a lawsuit there in Collin County. It got about a month into it before we even started any discovery or exchanged any documents. Just they barely answered the lawsuit. They turned around and sued every resident and taxpayer of the city of McKinney in Travis County under Chapter 1205 of the Government Code, which I had never heard of before, and I suspect this may be the first time you've ever. And so I started looking at this lawsuit. Normally, when you have a second lawsuit filed, you go, okay, well, you abate that lawsuit, and we proceed with our Collin County thing. But there's this insane law, Chapter 1205 of the Government Code, called the Expedited Declaratory Judgment Act. And it sets it up so that only bond issuers, local governments, when they issue debt, they can turn around and sue their taxpayers, their residents in Travis County. So go to Austin, to an Austin judge. They sue their taxpayers, they file a newspaper notice, 2 newspaper notices, and in 20 days after they file the lawsuit, the case goes to trial, and the taxpayers are required to find a lawyer, show up in 20 days with no discovery, in a true trial by ambush. They are empowered to request that the court set a bond. In some previous cases, they've said $1 million bond would be required in order to participate in the trial. So you as a taxpayer get sued by your local government in Austin
on 20 days notice and are told, show up in Austin for trial in 20 days, or maybe learn about it a week earlier. And if you have anything to say about these bonds, you need to put up $1 million bond yourself in order to participate in this trial. And if you don't, then we get an automatic validation of the bonds against any claim in the world. Nobody can ever sue about the validity of these bonds. Nobody can question them. Nobody can challenge them. And if you want to appeal, put up your bond, right? Put up your $1 million or whatever it is that they ask for. So I think that's insane. At the very least, you shouldn't be suing people in Travis County for a case that's about Collin County airport bonds. You ought to sue, if you're going to sue your taxpayers, you got to sue them in their home, not in Austin. But I think the entire procedure under 1205 is just frankly nuts. Any attorney I've talked to, they go, what? 20 days notice? This is crazy. So anyway, I talked to Chairman Trainer about it. He seems to think it's a good idea. I hope y'all think it's a good idea. It really kind of is a new plank. And I know there's a lot of reluctance to adding new planks. There's a way to shimmy it in there with another plank and do something in there. I'm supportive of that. That's fine. But I really think this is something you'd be hard pressed to find a person in this building who, if they're aware of this law, would not think, oh, that needs to go. But very few people are aware of it, and that's one of the functions of the platform, is to elevate issues that we want, that Republicans would be absolutely united about, and try and get them to those issues. So I'd ask y'all to do that. I emailed in some language over the weekend I was able to find a few of y'all's emails. I think I accidentally didn't change my subject line to the Ethics Commission stuff that I was emailing another committee about, so you might have been confused. I apologize for that. But I'm happy to get you all language. I'll probably come and chat the whole committee tomorrow about it. But I would urge y'all to put something in there about 1205. It's crazy. Any questions? Happy to chat any more about it.
Any questions from me?
Brings it to us.
Yeah. Thank you guys.
Thank you, Tony.
Appreciate it.
Okay, Jennifer.
Fleck.
Well, I already knew your
Sorry.
last name, so I was looking for it. And before you speak, members and audience, I have an update on the development. He has been convicted of murder. Right, got your time now. I'm going to start restricting us to 3 minutes here, and I'll give a countdown to everybody just because get to business in a little bit. So Jennifer, go ahead.
Thanks. I am specifically wanting to address tax appraisals. So right now on the platform, it says replace the appraisal system with values at purchase price, therefore getting rid of the appraisal district. I'm opposed to that part of the plan. I think that we should be paying taxes on market value. So I'm actually in the middle of a lawsuit with the Travis County appraisal. Oh, I'm Jennifer Fleck from SC25. Sorry about that. I'm Travis County Chair. Anyway, I'm in the middle of a lawsuit with the appraisal district and learning a lot of things that I don't want to know and that no taxpayer would want to know. So what started all this is the house next door to me was on the appraisal rolls for almost $700,000 and sold for $350,000. And we're actually having to fight the district on getting his appraisal reduced to his purchase price. So I'd like there to be like prima facie evidence that if you purchased a house within a year of the appraisal date, you automatically, your appraisal is set back to whatever that purchase price is. So why we have to argue about we should pay taxes. Well, we shouldn't pay taxes at all, but we should pay taxes on market value. Travis County Appraisal District is still using 2022 sales data to establish their appraisals. So so when everybody on the planet was moving to Texas during COVID and paying insane prices, they're still using those numbers conveniently. And so even I protested my 2025 last week, and they have no testimony. Basically, they say we're just rolling over the sales data from 2022. They just keep rolling it over. And I'm like, but there have been actual sales in the area that are comparable to my home, my property. Why aren't we using actual sales? Their excuse is that they don't have access to MLS. They don't have access to purchase prices. So I know that there's probably some realtor pushback on not divulging what a purchase price is on a home. I actually think it's more fair. It's what's fair. As long as we're still paying property taxes, appraisals should be based on market value, not made up numbers or 2022 numbers. I think one of the other things that I've learned is they're not bound to the evidence that they introduce so the evidence that they use against you in your initial appraisal and in the ARB hearing, they get to introduce all new evidence to trial. They don't have to use all the fictitious numbers, all the made up numbers. They get to start over. So I think that they should be held to the evidence that they introduce to the common tax. I'm an attorney, so I can file a lawsuit easy and it's not that crazy expensive. But their typical taxpayer can't. And so they should be held to that evidence. They shouldn't be able to introduce new evidence. The other thing that they're doing is improvement stripping. So if you have a house that's under 1,500 square feet, they're actually taking the improvement off of the appraisal and they're leaving the inflated value in the land. I think there's a bigger reason for that. I'm making this up, so don't quote me. I think that the value of our land maybe supports our borrowing power in the state or something. It gives us some basis maybe for bonds or borrowing or debt. I'm not sure, but there's a reason why they're taking improvements off of our appraisals and leaving the value completely in the land, as if the house isn't even there. The other thing that they're doing is, I can't speak for every property tax company, but specifically the one that's a part of this lawsuit. In April, they sent over 10,000 property IDs that they were representing to the county. And they said, we're representing all of these numbers, all these properties, and we're going to show up at the hearing. We want a world hearing. In July, they get that same list back. Every property gets a reduction of 6 to 10%, and they don't show up at the hearing. So the average taxpayer, if you don't want to hire a property tax company, you have to show up at the hearing. You have to argue for a reduction that a lot of times you don't get. But these companies working a deal where all of their clients get a reduction without a hearing, without showing up. So I just think it's wrong. All of it's wrong. I don't know how to add a plank. I know everybody doesn't want to add a plank, but we need the entire appraisal system totally redone, completely redone. It's a complete cheat on the taxpayer. They are taxing people out of their homes, period. So that's it. I wish I had words. I wish I could hand you a piece of paper and be like, add this, but I could do it, but I don't do that. But thank you for your time. Yeah.
Any questions? Any?
Those companies that you said that represent all their clients get a reduced over show, is that the ones that I hear they're advertising?
Yes. All of them. So I ran the whole sheet through AI and I'm like, tell me what's the commonality? And they're like, everyone got a 6 to 10% reduction. Yes.
I'm an SD14, so I feel your Travis County. And you mentioned realtors. I'm wondering if their objection to what you proposed is that it would expand and it has access to the multiple listing system or MLS, which is perfectly used for they use in our manipulation of a realtor.
Yeah, I mean, I think they think they're protecting buyers. So let's say a buyer goes in and pays more than that used to be true. I mean, I remember a day when our appraisal values were actually just under market price a lot of times. So I think they're in their head, they're protecting a buyer who pays more than appraised value, but then is taxed on the more than appraised value. But that's just not true anymore. My appraisal is coming in at over $20 a square foot of land, and then I have property a mile from me that's paying $6 a square foot for land. And when you do get a reduction, they always take it off your improvement. They never take it off the land. So again, trying to keep the land overinflated for some reason, some bigger reason. I watched a video one time that the board for establishing standards for appraisals is actually somehow in the comptroller's office and they're appointed by the governor and the lieutenant governor. I'm not really sure how that works, but I just want whatever they're giving my neighbor, I want to be given the same treatment. Whatever they're giving a business, I want to be given the same treatment. All taxpayers should be treated the same and should be in our homes, we should be paying on our market value, like other comparable sales, recent sales. That's market. We're not in 2022 market anymore. So that's what needs to change. Yeah. Abolish them completely, obviously, but before we get there, thank you.
Next we have Rhonda. Oh, Rick, do you have a number for like a page or something? We can ask a page to bring in more testimony trackers. Well, send you. Thank you. Well, I can text her. We can call her. Yeah, let's get a page for. Okay. Okay. Rhonda, go ahead.
Yes, I'm Rhonda Ward, SD3. I'm also a licensed property tax consultant. I'm a certified real estate appraiser, and I'm the former chair of the Natchitoches County Appraisal Review Board. So I live in the property tax space every day. I'm testifying on Plank 76 on the eventual elimination of property tax. At this point in Texas, many, I'm not going to say all, many people's escrows are larger than their mortgage, meaning their taxes and insurance. People are losing their homes, being foreclosed on because of the escrow amount, not necessarily for the price of their mortgage. That's got to stop. I'm also asking for a revision of the property valuation study. This is something that doesn't get talked about very much because it's kind of over here, kind of like we want you to see the shiny object here, don't pay attention to this. It's called a PVS as well. Right now, the property valuation study is you have to have your appraised value to the fair market value at 95 to 105%. Otherwise, school districts are in jeopardy of losing their school funding. So they audit the appraisal districts every other year. Well, there's school districts, very large school districts that hire attorneys, and they make sure that those appraised values stay at 100 or more %. If you go to the comptroller's website, the property valuation studies are there for every county. Many counties are at 102. My county, Natchitoches, is at 104%. So now we're being overtaxed. We're paying more than fair market value or for our tax value on properties. I think that needs to drop to 80%. That is unrealistic to think that you could be between 95 and 100% and not go over that when you're doing mass appraisals. Also, these school districts, even though they drop those rates, and your cities and counties fall into this, because just because you drop that rate, they benefit from keeping those tax rates up. They're not going to tell you that. It's not funded by them, but they benefit from keeping those up. So they sometimes are the bad guy and not the school district of keeping those up there because they can lower that rate. But if they keep the values up there, we all know what's happening. That's why we have not seen any reduction in our property taxes in Texas. We must uncouple this also from school funding because that's who is leaning on all of these chief appraisers to keep those values up there. I will say it's really not your chief appraisers. I think for the most part, they're trying to do the best they can with what they have. I'm also against raising the homestead exemption for what I call special groups. I know we were all hearing about a double nickel plan. When you think about that the average age to buy a home in Texas is 40 years old, that means people from the age group of 40 to 55, are they going to be the ones bearing the tax burden for every Texan? That's not fair. They're raising our future. And they need to know that they're not paying for everybody's free lunch. I'm also in favor of a 2/3 voter approval for all bonds, and I'd like to see these elections in November, not in May, where 11 people, have got a school district for, $100 million, which is actually exact. I'm also testifying today that I would like to grow the state surplus revenue by freezing state appropriations, cutting all waste, fraud, and abuse, any inappropriate expenditures, and spending the costs outside the proper constitutional role of government. I think all of you know we don't have a revenue problem in Texas. We have a spending problem, and I've got to rein it in. I'd also like to see that we dedicate 90% or more of any state surplus to buying down the M&O rate until that is eventually eliminated. The thing that I do know that we're all gonna realize is once we get that M&O eliminated, that doesn't take care of any bond debt in those school districts. I think it would be very telling for people when they get that tax notice and they see that the M&O has been paid off. They have just, we haven't paid that with our surplus. They still have school tax. I think that will send a clear message how much debt they did not participate or participated in. And so for that reason is why I would like to see these things take place in Plank 76.
Any questions?
Okay, thank you.
All right, rolling right on to this. Right, Tammy? Yes.
Tammy Brown Rodriguez, SD 16 and the Dallas County Republican Chair. I'm talking today about Plank 76, property tax relief. Our current funding formula is not based on actual cost of education, educating a child. And it's nearly impossible for parents, taxpayers, or even school leaders to understand. It's filled with multipliers, algebraic functions, and foreign concepts like golden pennies that obscure transparency and accountability. The system that is complex invites inefficiency, waste, and mistrust. This amendment, language that I'm proposing today, calls upon the Texas legislature to commission a study to develop a new, transparent, easy to understand funding formula written in plain English and grounded in the real cost of providing educational services. Parents should not need a CPA license to understand how their child's school is funded. Most importantly, the new formula must tie funding to individual students through student-specific accounts. This makes funding portable, transparent, and directly connected to the child it is intended to support. Portable funding will allow the expansion of schools, of school choice to universal program. When parents can see how much funding follows their child, trust increases, accountability increases, and waste decreases. This policy would also include a sunset provision for the existing formula during the 91st legislative session. That means that the outdated, overly complex system with its multipliers, hidden calculations, and non-standard arithmetic will finally be retired. Texas families deserve a funding system that is simple, honest, and aligned with students' needs. The suggested language is below. I can just pass it off.
Any questions from the committee?
Thank you. Thank you, Tammy.
And finally, I have Jonathan Coey. If anybody else wants to sign up, they can.
Mine's all I'm doing.
Hey guys, Jonathan Covey, ST24. I just want to take a second to chat with y'all about the gambling, the predatory gambling priority. So, just to say that as you're looking at this, you're considering things. So obviously we need to get rid of the Texas lottery. Corruption is rampant among that. But when you're also looking at it, it would be a drastic oversight to not include something about prediction markets in the predatory gambling part because they are arguably far more pervasive, far more destructive, and far more addictive even than Texas lottery is right now. If you sort of look at the money and finance of what's going on, so in February of 2026, Call Sheet, which is one of the largest prediction market platforms, they reported, what was it, $1.9 billion in revenue in February of 2026 alone, just from college basketball wagers. That's just from March Madness wagers. So you look at the Texas lottery. So there have been numbers tossed around, but basically I think the consensus is about $1.4 billion in revenue per year that people say it produces. The prediction markets industry in 2025, they reported $5 billion in their industry, and in 2026 they've reported so far $24 billion worth of revenue in their industry. They're advertising in Texas, and think about this: they're not they're not under the oversight. I mean, obviously Texas Lottery has huge amount of problems, but prediction markets are under the federal oversight, but not under Texas state oversight, right? So we have no say basically in how they operate. And they're basically incredibly dangerous, and they're operating in Texas right now. And kids are doing them, mostly young people, but a lot of folks are using prediction markets, Kalshi, Poly Market, a lot of the other cryptocurrency exchanges. And so just let's make sure we get some sort of language in there addressing that as well, if you guys don't mind. So I have to take any questions.
Jonathan, that was perfectly great.
All right.
It's
Great. Thanks, Mike.
but does committee have any questions for John?
I'm just curious, that 24 million, is that annualized or is that just through this week? Up through
24 million per month.
per month?
Yes. Up to the current day. Yeah.
And I'll bring this up to you as well. Would you also want to include an advertising promotion marketing ban?
Yeah, because the biggest problem that we face with this is prediction markets are regulated by the CFTC, which is the Commodity Future Trading Commission. It's a federal body, and so we have federal preemption to worry about, right? So it's hard for us to regulate things. But when it comes to things like elections, we have the courts tend to view that as a state police power. We have a lot more control over our elections, and also they influence our elections by their wagering on that. Also, advertising, state police power goes more towards advertising as well. So I think especially elections and advertising are things that we can really make a difference in. So,
all right, John, thank you very much.
thank you guys, appreciate it.
Okay, two more here, and then I'm going to ask the committee if are y'all going to want to break before we get into the merits of everything. After this, I'll let y'all decide after the next two speakers. Art,
I'm just here to speak about a little further about the money should follow the child. Right now, the way that is working is that if a child enrolls in one of these predatory charter schools, and when I mean predatory, I mean they don't have they don't want to educate the child. The state writes them a check at the beginning of the year, and then they expel that child for whatever reasons, and they keep that money. So if we're talking about the money must follow the child, I suggest that we do it on the daily attendance basis. So whatever school is educating the child per day, that's how that should be dealt with. So yes, we need to clarify, money does follow the child, but it should be based on the amount of days they spent in that seat. So, and this is to deal with the predatory charter schools here in Houston. We have quite a bit that are run by Muslims. And so that money must be attached on the daily attendance of the child in those charter schools, rather than them having one check written to them at the beginning.
Art, have you chatted with the education subcommittee?
Oh, no, I'm gonna head over.
Okay,
yes,
do.
yes, but it's an issue that has been brought up quite a bit of times, where a child gets expelled from a charter school and then they're automatically sent to public schools. But that money does not follow the child. That money right now stays at the charter school. And this is just to get rid of a few bad apples that we have in the charter school system. So if we do based on attendance, that will make everything so much better. And this is also for those charter schools that are educating the child throughout and are keeping them there, so they don't have to take in the children that have no money attached to them. Because that's what's going on now. If you go to a charter school, you enroll your child there 2-3 months, because here in September, that's when the state issues money for the students for the year. That money stays at that school. That money does not follow the child. So we need to clarify that money does follow the child. And if the school decides to expel that child, they owe that money back to the state of Texas. They owe that money back to the taxpayers because they didn't educate the child. So Thank you.
Finally, I have Paula. Pillar.
Hello, I am Paula Hilliard from SD25, and echo really everything that Ron and Word said. That was very well done. One of the things I'm also talking about, like number 6, everyone's favorite. I don't think it's right to discuss like taxation without really talking about the local spending, which is out of control, with very few, very little oversight. And I'm just focused for Public Texas and 911 on focus on public education, which makes up half of our budget. We need to know public education. We can start with that. The ISDs, the TEA, and there's something called regional ESCs in between for some services, but they were created to make photocopies for the school districts. They morphed into something else. So we need to look into that. Do we still need everything that we need? When you talk to people who are lobbyists or work at ISDs, they basically say the only reason the sky is falling is they don't have enough funding, and they're never going to stop saying that. It's never ever ever going to be enough. Well, let's prove it. Let's doge it. So I'd love to see something as a sub-link or subsection from 76 talking about doging that. Maybe these districts switch to line item budgeting. The boards are not. They don't. I mean, mostly understand their budgets. They don't do anything or kind of rubber stamp it. They don't work the numbers. So that's another area of problem. I would like to see some of the special interests cut, and maybe under this also we can impose a 2-year moratorium when you have former school district administrators who are going to become lobbyists right after they leave, because that's where the special interests they get their grips at the district. The other way they do it is through bond elections, of course. And one way they're tricking people into voting it is exactly what she was saying: is if you're over 55 and your taxes are frozen, or 65, whatever it is now, 65. You have no tax burden, so they're going to the nursing homes, grabbing all of their votes and funneling it in, and then that's leaving this huge burden of bond debt, which is double what you see on the ballot. That amount is double. So that's now on the people who are trying to start a family. You know what they're doing? They're moving to small towns. So that's causing enrollment to go down in the public schools. And then in small towns, the enrollment, they're like, we need new buildings. Who does that benefit? The bond beneficiaries. The ones getting the bonds passed by 95% PAC donations to get these bonds passed. So if you look at it, it really turns your stomach, right? It's just all money. So we gotta take the incentive for these superintendents to go get these cushy jobs while collecting their TRS retirement. Superintendent pay right now is reported to the TA, but that's not where the real money is. Real money is in the full compensation. So that all needs to be transparent. If we could add that as a sub thing, you could double your salary just by extra retirement benefits, a car, a house, or whatever. And then the team of 8 training, I know it doesn't sound like finance, but it is, because the lines of authority are unclear and our boards are not really in control. So there's no way of having it sometimes. Finally, let's see. Did I mention that what they're doing to pass bonds is also taking things like HVAC? So in August, oh, mom, I'm so hot every day. I don't know who's controlling that thermostat. Is it really broken? But then they're tying and putting HVAC in with pet project into one balloon $400 million package paid. And the parents, well, my kids been saying how it is, and teachers are so miserable, and we need HVAC, we have to pass this. That should be its own separate item. HVAC and security should be its own item on bond programs. A ballot initiative is what I'm trying to say. And then the fluff can be its own and let people vote no for that, yes for the things we need. It just makes people more honest. So we just got to get the special interests out of public school. So I'm sure I went over, yes.
But what you were saying is security being bundled in from
Plus
project or like projects. If he proposed a plank that said bonds should be limited to one item, specific one item, one
category.
Or the tax funds shall be allocated in one line item or one use
project or whatever.
One project.
I think the ballot might be 2 pages, and if we did it that way, because they sometimes would put 50 projects in there, my district would just sit like 700 projects.
Yeah.
So I think maybe just calling out HVAC and security. What do I have here? HVAC and security projects So HVAC you can't pay with M&O apparently, if there's something like that, or we could just get state funding for it, so that, have state inspector come and decide if they really need it. Then the state decides if they can pay for it, commissioner or not.
So that I guess that would be one of the solutions might be to allow for use security, other items like the repairing light bulbs to be paid for from M&O instead of having to go forcing the schools to get bonds.
I mean, that would definitely increase their budgets, so they could be more M&O money.
True.
Yeah.
But then they would be going for bonds.
Pardon me?
Then they would be going for bonds. Tough.
Well, they'll find another way. It won't stop them. But if we raise the bond threshold, to the people that vote 2/3, because that's fair that people who have taxes frozen or veterans who have zero taxes zero. But yeah, I don't know. I would start with just making them have a separate project listing for those necessities and everything else considered. Something that they should budget for over the years. They want it, they can start saving for it or raise money. But yeah, we're gonna see more of that in small towns too. So it's a nasty cycle. I would just like to hand you these. You don't have to even do anything. The QR code does take you to full proposal. Well, not full proposals. Explanations more for LP, but I underline things that might find your committee. We're urging people to go back to fruits instead of like low-hanging fruit. Eat. Do you see red meat, low-hanging fruit? Do you like it? Because that's sexy. Everybody wants to vote for that, but there's things other.
Platform like.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And you may have already incorporated it. I wasn't here yesterday to see what you've done for 76, so you may have another one. Is there a way I can see what is in the current 76 or no? Okay. Thank you for your time.
One more speaker saying it now.
Mike's.
Snuck it.
I've been seeing the email of sharing issues.
Study trust and both. It'll be 3 minutes per issue. So you have two or three, 2 issues. Okay, 2 issues. Real quick, Rick, let me give your. Did you check your email?
Yeah, how you come on and write down.
Yeah, RB Townsend at Gmail.
Okay, I'll look online. I'll look at my bill and I can look at. Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, here.
We have 2 issues, actually have twice the time of 3 issues.
That's correct.
And I had 3 issues things doing and still the same 3 minutes. So I've got a bit of a issue.
Help that 3 minutes an issue.
I'll try to be as concise as I can, so you have limited time by 6:30, we haven't finished tonight. I want you to get finished on time and of course get dinner and all that. Speak for you. Speak to that. Very quickly, let's talk about the first one, financing. Some of the government in Texas, especially education, is financed by 5% of each lottery ticket. Now, really, you're going to have education, something as important as that, education for children. It's going to be dependent on the funding that can come from the source that could be way up one year and way down the next year. You never know what's going to come in from it. You're going to get 5% of that funding to help do it. And then since that's coming in, you're going to cut the funding that you would normally give to it from the budget, depending on a source that might not be there or might be there, or might be who's how much. Really? That doesn't make any sense. As far as financing goes, the gambling, first of all, gambling shouldn't even be there. If you know about the United States Constitution, it says, we the people, most important 3 words, we the people of the United States of America, and then this is 7 reasons why we should have a federal government, and that's the same reason we have a state government, all of us different. But it says, we the people, in order to form a more perfect union. I'm not an English teacher, Marion, but more perfect. Either it's perfect or it's not. You can have more perfect. But the mistake they made there, dramatically, you can overlook for a minute, is what they said. Number 2, establish justice. 3, ensure domestic tranquility. 4, provide with common defense. Those are military and all that. So just all that. Provide with common defense. 5, promote the general welfare, not to provide welfare for people, but to promote that charities and others would provide it. So they were supposed to provide common defense, promote the general welfare, 6, ensure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. And number 7, run a gambling operation so that another addicted thing, so that the poorest people and the least educated people will get addicted to an addiction that's going to take all their time, effort, energy, and money, and they'll be playing a game that the richer folks, more educated folks won't be playing, and play upon those people to get addicted and to spend all their time, effort, energy, money on this. And that's the 7th reason why you should have better government. Why are you smiling? You apparently think that 7th one shouldn't be in there, right? But it's not. It's not a legitimate functioning of the other things are legitimate functions of government, but that's not, and it's not in there, and it shouldn't be in there, and it's not a legitimate function of any government to run a gambling operation. How that got to be a state government of Texas, I don't know, but other states did it before us, and we need to be the first state to pull out of it, get rid of gambling, get rid of the gambling commission. We did last year. Now we need to put it under a different group to organize and to oversee it. We just get rid of it altogether. It's full of fraud, abuse. The head of it is facing charges right now on how he's taking money out of our economy. See, if people go in a store and buy a lottery ticket, it's different than go in there and buy a loaf of bread or a Coke. If they buy something like a loaf of bread, somebody produced that bread, and the company that sells it to the convenience store, the dollar that's spent for bread is paid to the employee who sold it in their paycheck, and they spend it down at Walmart, and somebody there gets paid, and they take that money and spend it with a supplier. The money goes around 7 times the economy. A good is produced, a service is produced, and it goes around 7 times the economy. However, money spent on a lottery ticket, there's no good or service produced. And money changes hands without any good or service produced. It doesn't go around 7 times, the economy goes nowhere. Furthermore, the money spent on the lottery ticket, 5% of that goes to education, so-called. It really doesn't. It went into a fund called education, but then that was dumped into the general fund of the state, and then when you go to education, a part of that general fund went to education, but way less than 5%. And the first year we had so many people playing the game back in '93 whenever it came in. The second year we had about 2/3 or half the people playing. By the third year, the number of people playing went way down, but they'd already cut the budget for education. I think it's going to be made up by the lottery things. After the third year, the education actually had less money than what it would have had otherwise without the game. So education got less funding than more. And education funding should have to do something like that. It's not a different function of government. It needs to go completely rid of. We need the first state to pull out, other states need to pull out. It's fraud for use that they're taking money out of the state economy that would otherwise produce jobs and get the economy going, but burns the economy. Then you have people from overseas getting game stuff where they sit down just one at a time, buy every sequential ticket, and take all that money that would otherwise stay in the state of Texas and go to one of our Texans here to buy the stuff, and it's going overseas to somebody. So we got how many millions of dollars that went overseas if we don't have our economy run around 7 times? And it's a good news for the economy. Every way you look at it, gambling is not a legitimate function of government. It's addictive. It gets poor citizens, at least educated citizens. Takes money out of the economy. It doesn't go around 7 times like everything else. And the convenience store runs 5%. Now, on a cola, on a fountain drink, it has 5 cents worth of syrup, a penny for a cup and a lid, maybe a straw, maybe 10 cents worth of product. They sell it for $1.29. They're making 90% profit off that, or 95% profit. On garbage, they're making 5%, which they think better sell. The 95% profit product. So they're actually not making nearly as much off the lottery tickets. They'd rather somebody come in the store with $3 in the pocket, spend it on something they'll make much more profit margin on, rather than only 5%. They'll make much more on the other stuff. Was that 3 minutes? And that's the 6 minutes. And as an offense, can tell you more about that, and we need to eliminate that altogether, get rid of that. The other one I had was
Without objection from the committee, I'll give you another 2 minutes.
transportation. Public transportation is horrible in Texas. We've got two different chapters in there, one pertaining to Houston, one pertaining to Dallas with their trains and stuff. We need to get everybody on the same page with this. The elected officials that run public transit need to be elected directly. I'm say that 3 times, directly by the people. And instead of bureaucrats that are appointed by city councils, they're not they're not accountable to the people if they're not elected. And we have one person on the board that Rowlett Garland shares. He's been the mayor of Rowlett, and he's been there 30 years and done nothing. And can't get rid of these people. And city councils don't need to be appointed against the people. Need to be elected directly based on the population of the population of the individual cities are, and what percentage that is of the entire region that uses public transit. Really need to be a countywide or something else needs to happen. It's horrible, and the police departments they have are terrible. Now, the police officers, certified police officers, state Texas, just like the city police officers, but they don't do their job, and the crime rate is easily 100 times more on dark property or on the metro property than it is off the metro property. In this area of Houston, this is an elite. There's some police officer in this beat all 3 shifts day every day of the week. There's somebody in this beat assigned, maybe 2 or 3 officers. And if you call them, somebody in that beat will be here fairly quickly, especially if it's a major emergency. But you call the Metro Police or you call the Dark Police Dallas. Dark Police Dallas County has to do 3 counties. Dallas County, part of Plano, which is in Collin County, and part of the other counties at the TRE all the way over to Arlington and Fort Worth in Tarrant County. And they got 3 or 4 counties they have to go through, and their nearest police officer might be 20, 30 miles away. It takes 3 or 4 times as long to get there when something happens. We need the local police to do it, get rid of the police departments that don't do anything over there. We need to replace that, completely overhaul our public transit system. We need to get rid of DART out of them, get something that actually works. Everything we got up there is bad. I didn't get the platform, get the platform on my side, and get the laws changed at the legislative session next spring, and then go to them and say, we got these new laws you have to go by, and this is what you have to do, and if they don't do that, then we have to get Mays Middleton, one of the next attorney general, to sue them to us. We got to do one step at a time. We got laws changed on public transit. We got to talk to EMU about it and how we need to change it and whatever. We need to put up a resolution that says something to do that. But you know where the platform talks about that changes on it. There's 2 different chapters on that in conflict because how one doesn't know. I know what San Antonio's doing. If Houston's doing one, the Dallas doing the other. They all need to be on the same page.
Thank you, sir.
We
Appreciate it.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Okay, members. Actually, Paula, can you help me out? Quick, can you face the camera towards us? We out. Yes. I have no idea if it's pointing this direction, but hello, you too.
There you go.
All right. All right. Okay, members. Does anybody want to take a quick recess of 5 minutes? Is hearing none, I'm just going to start going here. 3 minutes.
How do you do that?
Do you have a specific plank you want to speak of? Could you hold until we get to that plank? That'd be 75 or 76.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could do that.
Speak to us correctly as.
Absolutely.
Oh,
What number are you on right now?
We're gonna do 62, 65, and then 70, 71.
Okay.
That's for some reason that just broke. So you can do the same. This one.
So he makes this written.
Yep.
I had a third of the next property tax full vision that I was saying. Racial people poor is that I'm told for all property tax because those things.
Gotcha. Yeah. All right. When you get the property tax, Melissa, if you're still, I forgot to call you, just make your alerts. Make sure. All right, folks. Members, there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 claims that we went through yesterday. Now, 2 of them kind of come back up over the last couple of hours, and now I'm going to move to reconsider 62.
Is there any objection? Consider 62. Hearing no objection, we'll go back into 62, and I'm going to make sure everybody in my committee has access to that folder because I have the files that is comparing that to each of you. We'll make sure all of them have the same thing. That's it. Yep. Go to past. So the two we're about to do, 62 and 65, are in the past folder. So you double five is the top one. So yeah, and 63 is right there. Yeah. Rick, did you get it?
It's over.
Okay, perfect. And I'll make a second motion here. I'm gonna move that we substitute the committee language that passes today with the S3C language that we've recently just gotten. So I'll ask. So okay, sorry, I'm putting that on the table there, and we'll discuss the merits of the S3C language. Um, and really, what we did work on this language. We did a whole lot in this that the S3C has included, but they kind of add some clarifying language and kind of spelled out things that we like. Thankfully, this doesn't make the platform longer. It's just more better clarifying language than we came up with. I mean, I really don't have much to say about this. It's just it works. If y'all have any questions about it, please let me know. You'll read the point. Did you have access to this? Okay. And you can chime in too, make sure it's Smith.
So, as I said during the testimony, this gets probably new to be for simple aids.
Yeah.
As it goes, whether it's revenue taxpayers that can meet that, I'm not sure politics, regime SRC, which is going to show to you. On that, look at that last clause, prohibiting loopholes or carve outs that allow between unsustainable growth. So what I'm saying is that this is already prohibited under the Office of the Charter, the tax code, and the Constitution that we're doing it anyway. So maybe if we amend it to something like and strictly enforcing prohibition on loopholes or carve outs that allow continuing unsustainable growth, that would be properly address more politically these hand runarounds that cities are using to raise revenue without having to go take that new tax to a vote.
Yeah, so give me the language you're looking to kind of add to this. I see what you're saying, yeah. You just kind of want stronger, like if it's already on the books, I think they follow the law.
Yeah, like the strict enforcement of the law.
Yeah.
And strictly enforcing prohibited loopholes. Strictly enforcing the prohibition. Something in that vein, and not quite looking nice. Yeah, I see. I think you see what I'm getting at.
Say
That's another alternative. It's something. Yeah, I think that would be better because you know you could say something like we oppose the usage of fees and other. We oppose the usage of mandatory fees and other mandatory levies to raise revenue. It's a loophole to force and go to new taxes or something like that.
I bet was the issue. There's that's what
Yeah.
coming back to.
Yeah.
So that's what they're doing. There's
Yeah, and it's not just an optional fee, it's a mandatory.
yeah. So they remove
at their involvement.
Yeah, where it's kind of listed out. It's just identify list. That's what Eric. Just trying to figure out Eric's something we're talking about. So see the bottom part says thinking.
Yeah, I think if the bottom part is talking about loopholes, we should explicitly mean this loophole, and everywhere it's just as an example.
Like, or just say like,
Such as mandatory fees, loopholes or carve outs, such as mandatory fees.
Yeah, I think that works.
Any objection to adding that language? Hearing none. Man. Is there any other discussion regarding this replacement language? That's replacement language. Hearing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of replacing the committee language with the Westminster language as amended, say aye. Aye. Those against, any nays? Ayes have it. Yeah, that's just people thing. Thank you.
You're welcome.
62 is. And now we'll go to 65, where I will once again move to reconsider 65. Is there any objection? This going on. Okay. Hearing no objection, we can reconsider 65. We'll do that. And I will move to replace the committee language with the S3C language as presented. And I say as presented, that means it's not including the yellow that you see on the screen and that's S3C language. So disregard that for a moment. That's the without that, that's the language we're going to do. I have a question. Oh, so change it to not yet.
Sorry.
Not yet. No, no.
You're talking about just the first.
That we're going to the vote here is to do away with the first part of the committee language. We can work on that S3C language instead.
It's fine.
So any objection to doing that? Hearing none, move on to the S3C language. Let's deal with this one piece at a time, okay? The name. Since the name is different, is there any objection to the name being changed gambling to predatory gambling? Hearing no objection.
Is
Oh,
there
go ahead.
is there any type of gambling that's non-predatory?
Is there?
I'm not aware.
Yeah.
I'm
No.
not sure if it almost sounds like you're carving out predatory gambling when there's some other kind that's okay.
Yeah, right. I see what you're
That'd
saying.
be the only consideration. I was feel strongly everybody think a big deal of it.
Yeah.
I'm just asking a question. It
Yes.
does characterize it.
Yes,
Yeah,
I like that.
And that's the idea, right?
Okay,
And it
thanks.
gives
Thanks for
difference to
clarifying.
it. Yeah. So hearing no objection, we go with that name, predatory gambling. And then the rest of the language is on the table here. You know, being chair, I just bring up my yellow language. In the first paragraph says we oppose any further legalization, government facilitation. I've added 3 words: advertising, promotion, marketing. We can do that, or we can add that larger paragraph that I just got the language from somebody about, which kind of goes further into opposing the advertising promotion. My concern about doing that is it kind of takes away from the rest of the language. So, I yes. So I'm gonna move that we add to the S3C language advertising, promotion, marketing. Is there, well, I'm not gonna ask for objection. I'll go for a vote. Is there any debate on that motion? Hearing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of adding those 3 words, say aye. Those against, say nay. Ayes have it. Now we're going on to the rest of the language. Does anybody have any comments or questions about anything else? Red is what they've added. They listed out state lotteries, regional casinos, online sports betting, which so yeah, I wish all the testimonial people were here because we had actually already added this to our language. They just again spell it out, and the reason I'm fine with us adding this, I know it's more language. To give you a word count, it's about 120 words more than what the current platform has. It's because it's this, and there's 2 other flags that are really being pushed to be a top 8 priority. And the priority should be small, right? The legislative priorities, but this is supposed to settle. And the reason I'm fine with kind of giving more language again is because just 2 years ago we had something in the Senate for banning taxpayer funded lobbying. I don't know if you know how that conversation went, but the legislative priority was pretty succinct, pretty direct, and the platform didn't really add anything to it. But it died in the Senate because how it was construed, and how we pretty much didn't give enough information about what the law. So this time around, hopefully, in the other subcommittee, I think in state affairs, they're going to deal with that a bit more broadly to give the legislature clarity of what we're looking for. If we keep it legislative coverage. In this case, I think it's very clear of what we're calling uh, the way it's written. I'm fine with it. I know that's rescinded their work. I don't mind editing it just a little, but other than that, is there any further debate on this S3C language? Yeah. Right, I think that's supposed to be right. Or the way it copied it, obvious. You know. Okay. Any further debate? Hearing none, we'll go to a vote on this final language. Do I need to read all this out, or do y'all get the idea? Everything that's marked out should be there. Pretty much everything else is there. Okay. All those in favor of this language for plain 65, say aye. Those against, say nay. Ayes have it. Get rid of my language. Sorry. Uh, 65 is passed. Turn things back to the two. There, that's the okay. Those two items done. Now we're on to plain 70. Let Texans run Texas. Um, now this is the original language, what's already in the platform. However, I'm going to make a motion to add words that have the strings attached in it, where you see on your screen. Is there any objection to adding that language? It proposed to us. Hearing no objection, it is added. And is there any further debate on the language of plain 70? Hearing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the plain 70 language as amended, please say aye. All those against say nay. Ayes have it. 70 is passed. Plain 71 is unchanged in the platform. Current platform. Is there any objection to this language passing it as is? Hearing no objection, it is passed. 7. You certainly don't have to vote on everything. Yep. Till then. 72. There are a couple of changes in here from the current plan. You can see what's been marked out. I'll read this real quick. It's to read newly. Elected official salaries in state, county, and an elected official shall not be able to receive any increase in salary, stipend, pension, allowance, benefits, or any other compensation that they vote to approve. Any increase in compensation or benefits for elected officials must be approved by at least 2/3 of the voters voting on a measure, provided that at least 20% of all registered voters in the affected jurisdiction participate in the election. I think the real difference here is that it's not just the salary and benefit, it's also stipends and pensions and all this other stuff. Adding everything under the sun. Any comments about the changes there? Hearing no further debate, go to a vote. This amended language. All those in favor of the amended 72 language, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The 72 was passed as amended. On 73, there is no change, so I will ask if there's any opposition to passing 73 as it is. Hearing none, 73 is passed as is. If I'm going too fast, personal privilege, take stop. Should I hear him? Oh, thank you, guys. 1, 2, 3, all into the past. There you go. 74, same deal. There's no change. I'll ask unanimous consent to pass 74 as is. Hearing no opposition. Passed as is. All right, now the fun one. Max property tax. I'm sure somebody wanted to speak about that.
Is there somebody who will
Yes, 75 or 76. I don't know.
76.
76. Okay, then we'll get you in just a second here. Okay, so there are just a couple of changes to this one. It's eliminating instead of repealing. It's saying, and I'll just read this in its entirety. Tax the property tax. We support eliminating the property tax system for businesses and individuals by applying fiscal discipline and restraint at all levels of government and without imposing new onerous taxes like income tax and requiring voter approval to increase the overall tax burden. We demand the legislature immediately develop and implement a transition plan that is a net tax cut in which no property taxes shall be collected on private properties, including homesteads, fee simple, and land patented lands, and including leases, licenses, and permits on publicly owned lands. Excluding, thank you, excluding leases, licenses, and permits on publicly owned lands. Thank you. Yes. Now again, this is really cutting out with alternative or other than that. It's kind of clean language at the first part. The second part is ensuring that access to property tax really means no property taxes collected on private properties and homesteads. Is there any comments on this? Look forward. I get it.
So this would actually take care of well with the man general talking about with the business taxes. So
Yes,
there.
exactly right. Okay. Well, I will move to amend 75 as I just presented it. Is there any debate? Hearing no debate, go to a vote. All those in favor of the language for tax property tax as amended, please say aye. All those against say nay. Ayes have it. 75 is passed. All right. Melissa, for property tax relief.
I also just emailed y'all, which I got your house correct, as I didn't have the ability to print this out earlier today. My name is Melissa Beckett. I am from Senate District 1. I am the Texas Field Director for Citizens for Renewing America. And as it relates to property taxes, I wanted to first start with something I discovered about how our property taxes currently work that I'm finding a lot of people are unaware of. Texas Government Code 403.302 actually requires the Texas Comptroller to conduct a state property value study that gets sent to each individual county. And if the county's numbers are not within 5% of the expected appraisals that the comptroller is expecting, they actually decrease school district funding. So that those extremely high appraisal values are first and foremost being driven by this property value study. That needs to, they both need to be repealed. And so those codes are in your email. And so I know we have a lot of things under this category, and I think we need to be more aggressive, and I think we need to be more specific. So here are some ideas I have on how we can work to get property tax eliminated by decreasing spending. I do believe we can 100% do it. What I would recommend is that we freeze spending at the 2026 budget for every single government entity, period. We should prohibit bonds for all government entities unless they meet strict financial ratios. We should require entities to transfer their safety, police and fire budget into a new safety fund to be funded by the collection of what I'll call a safety tax. This budget item should also be frozen at this moment. The safety tax would be imposed on property owners based on their square footage, not the value of their home, square footage of their property, house, land. And then that one, later I'm talking about decreasing further. I would not recommend decreasing that one further because it's safety, but any increase should be voted on by the citizens. We should require each governmental entity to establish a Doge committee made up of citizen volunteers. That committee must recommend cuts totaling a minimum of 20% of the frozen budget. The entity's budget beginning in 2028 shall be 20% less than the frozen budget. Basically, institute those cuts, and if you don't want to and you want to keep them, take it to the people, let them vote on it. The safety fund, like I earlier mentioned, I would not recommend decreasing again. And then lastly, I have some city council members and county commissioners that are telling me they're not allowed to set up a charity fund for people to donate for a library. So we need to give another avenue for us to do those types of things for the community without the only avenue being raising our taxes. And so if we can make sure that they're covered and can accept those charity donations, I think this is going to go much farther in getting us where we need to be so that we can get rid of property tax. I do want us to do that now, and I think it could be replaced with saving or with sales tax, but we have to do this. And what I'm seeing over in legislative priorities, and at least in last year's plan, there are a lot of things that I think are kind of difficult to follow. They're not direct, they're not requiring spending cuts. Let's just go straight for it. And let's just say, you know what? You've been wasting our money for long enough that it's time for that to be over. We're only going to temporarily freeze you. We're going to make you cut, or you could go to your citizens for more money. And then the citizens are back in charge because right now, as you know, you are not in charge of that property tax bill when it comes to you. That is decided by someone else, and they dial up your property taxes based on what they want to spend when you guys and everybody else is at home and you can't put in carpet, you can't remodel your home, you can't go on a vacation because they're taking all of your money. And so let's get it done now. Any questions?
Good. Great enough, Melissa. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Did you get the email?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Key members. Speaking of 76, probably not the most important thing on our list, I think. So definitely let's talk about. The language you see in front of you for Plank 76 is actually the SRC language for starting off with that as a basis. Is there I'll just kind of open up for it. See all red, it's pretty much all things replacement to what's preferred black form. I have a little suggestions in yellow highlight bottom there. We can definitely go into it. But let's go through these one at a time, right? Let's first of all, property tax relief for the incremental steps towards the ultimate abolition of property tax. We start off with pass legislation requiring 2/3 voter approval for any increase in revenue from property taxes from closed loopholes for making the voter approval rate any rate that increases property tax revenue by more than $0.00. Is there any discussion about that piece? Here none, I'm just going to go to the next one. B, pass legislation to close the loophole called the unused increment rule, which allows taxing entities to bypass recently added limits to increases in property taxes.
That'll be the previous one.
Yes. C, pass legislation to close the disaster loophole, which allows taxing entities local tax fees after a declared state of disaster to raise property taxes beyond the voter threshold. Definitely scan used to. Yeah. D, pass legislation requiring 2/3 voter approval for bond elections. I might have a change to that. I would want to require either 20% or 30% of registered voters to be involved in that election. And that, yes, that is in line. It's in line with one that we just passed.
We did just pass one at 30%.
Yes. Not even. Government spending is 72. 72. Oh, elected officials. So yeah, this says 20% of registered voters. Let me read this to see. See, talks exchange last recent. 2/3. Imagine 3 people voting in 2 meetings. Active jurisdiction. Just
No, we didn't want you. Right. Sounds good.
So there's the action there, provided that that at least 20% of all registered voters in the affected jurisdiction participate in the election. I mean, as local election, 5% of people will raise their taxes like nuts, like ass stupid bonds. That means 10 I want voters to participate. And you gotta own that practice. Now I'm going to 30 if you like. 30,000. Right. We'll keep you the 20s to keep it consistent with the other things. But any other discussion on B? Hearing none, we'll go to E. Pass legislation empowering 10% of registered voters without a taxing jurisdiction to sign a petition to force a rollback election to lower property tax rates. It's kind of like getting rid of your mayor or something. 10%. That's to be honest, that's a high threshold to get 10% to sign a ballot petition. The idea. Any questions or comments about E? Minutes, please.
Is that based on where you get the numbers for the citizen count that has become from protection that's come out in most recent census? You ever need to specify?
Oh, but it says registered voters within the tax jurisdiction.
Okay, so we should have access to registered voters.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. F, pass legislation imposing spending increase limits to the lesser population growth plus inflation for 3.5% on all local tax entities and legislation required voter approval for those entities to surpass the spending limit for that tax year. My only question is why is the voter requirements? Then it just be 50% plus fine for them to surpass that. But they're not flushed unless I'm reading. That's legislation more than the special information. That's so. Surpass this for that. I mean, to be honest, I just want to add that, provided that at least 20% registered voters participate in that, right? I mean, this kind of gets the same lines. Stop raising freaking taxes, spending more money than we should. So I just added that same language. Any thoughts? Other thoughts on that? Someone's going to see this thing was great for to hopefully the state legislature gets. We want more people to be involved in these elections. If you're going to use taxes, it's pretty much because it's consistent with interest. Yes. In order to grow, sorry, G, in order to grow the state's surplus revenue, freeze the state appropriations, cut all waste, fraud, abuse, inappropriate expenditures, and spending that falls outside of proper constitutional role of government. I'll be honest, if anything that's duplicative, it's probably already in the platform that the system. Right, but I'm not going to. Again, that because the idea is to reduce spending in order to get to that property tax. So I'll go to H. H, dedicate. Oh,
On G,
yes.
how would we know when we have cut all waste, fraud, abuse, and inappropriate expenditure?
That's a great question.
It's kind of unmeasurable.
It's an unmeasurable, it's a thing that never ends.
Yeah,
It is
sure.
measured, but to try to put it into words right now would be.
I agree with this section. Just don't know how you, of course,
I don't
without
think you
great
can.
legislation.
I don't think you can, but and this is how you know it's over and finish that sentence. You can't put those in.
Okay, just thought I'd ask. Somebody to know.
I mean, unless you really dig into it, saying, well, we require that the government has cut this and that by this and that much in order for, yeah, it's.
That's where the legislators have to do their job. It's a tough thing to do for college.
I mean, that goes back to playing, what is it, 62 or 63, starting, essentially a Doge.
Yeah.
All that, odd thing, all out.
Okay, sorry.
H, dedicate 90% or more of any state surplus to buying down home maintenance and operations property taxes for all property owners until that tax is eliminated entirely, moving funding to the state revenue and ending the recapture provision of my plan for the school funds. I feel like most people are wanting that. I know that's what I want. I know that's been a problem again since the 80s. That's really the crux of what's wrong with our property tax system.
Resolutions and just a lot of time. So
Yeah, for the order 90% why. Any
except the Robin previous platform.
Any questions or comments about VH? Okay, and then I. Now this is my language. I'd like to hear people's thoughts. Pass legislation freezing the taxable value of residents, including land, to the purchase price until sale or transfer, with added value only for subsequent improvements. I've heard different things about this already today.
Essentially, most consequences lands that increase traffic when that moving facilities which has very special attention whenever I understand the process because the risk we talk that's the market raising revenues and real estate assistance and basically are just sitting there ridiculously well the risk of raise in time basically developing next dollar and you can inside of game that is probably instead of in not what you're into these.
Right. So as you're trying to make ownership more people understand the intention.
I think that what added proposes but increasing the frequency raises to once every 5 years. I think that there are some issues with that, but that is much better and less flawed way of going about the same objectives.
The real question here I have for y'all is, I'm gonna Steve, but would this language be a poison pill to the rest of the claim into a legislative priority that essentially
Yes,
points?
yes.
And that would be my concern. I can see how it might be over uh, uh, too much medicine, and if you will. But I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make that.
Well, I guess I still want to talk about,
Argument.
yeah, and maybe it's still an I, but maybe it's not that I.
We need something about the purchase price.
Yes.
Right, because the
Yes.
original platform B addressed that, place it present system, that it would be purchase price. Because if we take out I and click to nothing. And our.
The properties forever in order to block and get really crazy.
Even with the language that's already in the platform.
It's the system, yeah, but you're valuing it at a purchase price that's very similar to a property. We've seen the disaster that is the prices. I mean, it's basically priced in mainstream people that are buying it from. You don't want that to happen here in uses.
So like an example that she gave was a house for sale for 700 something, sold for 300 something. But they didn't want to use the purchase price of how they. Are you?
She's using an example that would be favorable. But if you look at price trends, like again, I don't know about her community specific, but in general, they over the last however many years, they have gotten in a direction, and that is up and right. Means that if I want to go fall in 5 years, for example, often prices presumably will go up, which means that their appraisal of the base purchase is running price into this consideration. Should also be currently project.
I don't understand their system as far as using the market, but wasn't that
But then the market claim goes up when
you pay more taxes
you access it.
it's catch 22, right?
Yeah, then the game is now
We have had periods with market volume and that. We have the selling cost of periods. This doesn't really account for lowering of the property tax, it just freezes it.
I think decreasing the frequency the prices once every 5 years is a much better alternative. It kind of gets at the same. The idea is generally I understand this is addressing appraisals. By decreasing the frequency of appraisals, you address appraisals with potentially downside effects of blocking the independent value.
But then what about the issue of, okay, we've waited 5 years, so now instead of doing, my appraisal is gonna go, in like this, it's gonna go from here to there, because, I didn't look at it in 5 years. Still really the same percentage.
Years, which would probably be consistent with inflation and wage increases.
So as long as.
3% cap raise increases.
It's just language specifically.
It's just maybe something.
See this one. The shopping cart. Like phrase the taxable value
real property including land and its purchase price to scope transfer tax property numbers sold. Well, that's gonna be thinking out loud, I'm workshopping it.
Kind of picking tapping frequency with which a person starts to appraise a property at once every 5 years, you tapping the rate increase for tapping that 3% of the price range. So there's 5 years. Every once every 5 years.
So, something like this is for appraising real property, including land. It's every 5 years based on market value, with appraisal increases capital 3 per 5 year cycle, 3%, and adding taxable value. Or just get rid of the improvements for it. I heard that coming.
The improvements was in some testimony significantly that's the value of which you know this is very good justice method service.
How's everybody else feeling?
Yeah, this whole last part is redundant because the market value is still doing it. Because they're doing the market value and then, I mean, the market value should be 100%, but
I think
also added.
kind of just something the market value. The hell is a market? How do you define what a market value is? So that, but it should be less savings. Do we need to verbatim say that? Sales price only.
Listing system
I mean, do we need to? Should we put that like?
yeah, based on the analysis of comparable transactions through.
Or is this getting too prescriptive again?
Yeah, that's getting too prescriptive.
I thought, okay. Maybe not where they get the market value from, how they determine it, but I mean, I think everyone here understands. I would hope every delegate understands what the market is. From the price of this.
Yeah, it's up to the legislature, exactly.
But then that's
You define exactly how that's still being determined.
Yeah, right. I agree with that. We don't want to get into the weeds, but
right.
So all of that is I hear, and if we can really talk about this, you know, like I used and past legislation. Reason real property, moving land, and all of the law. Is there any comments or concerns with I as it is now?
Can you update them?
Yes.
Do refresh the page to get the update?
No, you should see it live. Last it should say past legislation requiring the appraising of real value, real property.
So the word require is on the, let me try to refresh the page.
Last legislation, maybe.
Requiring.
You come over to make sure. Move those a little weird. Right. Oh, oh, hit X. You might not be double clicking. Public Google Docs. That's a preview page or so.
Right, thank you.
Yeah.
It's not just Google Docs as much as you do.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Okay. See it now then. All right. Is there any further discussion on any of these pieces to 76?
That's fine. We asked the committee, since
I can't quite hear the question.
sorry, so in the current platform, the language G reads account for new minerals so that the new minerals are treated in the same fashion as new improvements when calculating the no new revenue tax rate for counties. Um, is there a desire to add that back into this refined 76? And the only reason I'd be against it is because that's talking about new revenue specifically, and the current language says nothing about revenue. Although, in effect, it's going to be kind of spelled out.
What's the new mineral discoveries? Think of Burgess Shale, that sort of a thing. Would that be included in the appraisal and the market value when the new assessment?
It's like I'm trying to, like, unfortunately, I wasn't on this committee last week, so I don't know why.
Original D also conflict.
So for the new minerals, they're done.
I think it's covered under the language you already have in there. With the appraisal, we take that into consideration.
I agree, right? And that's why I question why it was added in the first place. I had a good reason, but again, not always. Yeah, it must have been. But again, I think this really talk about new revenue tax rates. It's just it's different language. And, yeah, I'm fine with not be back and let's do this. You can
Agreed.
bring it up else for if needed. Okay, any other comment or, you know what, let me put this on the table. I'll put it on the table that we pass 76 property tax relief as amended, as you see on your screen. Is there any debate? Yeah, I have debate. I'll look right at the camera. You guys at the legislature, let's get this done. Let's get this done. I want 75. I want no property taxes, but this is a really good plan. Let's do it. All right, there's my debate. Hearing no other debate, we'll go to the vote. All those in favor of going to modify Lane 76, please say aye. Those against say nay. Ayes have it. Secretary for the minutes that the chair voting aye. We're not recording minutes. Anyway, moving to 77. So administrative bloat is not transformative. There's just a few language kind of clarifications here on this. It's removing the nonstop lobbying for more dollars in education language because it's kind of tacked on elsewhere here. But you can kind of see what it reads. I'll read it. We call them Texas school administrators and trustees to deliver more education for our tax dollars instead of continually seeking increased funding. At a minimum, 80% of district revenue should be spent on direct classroom instruction. We have proposed the practice of eliminating frontline teacher positions while preserving excessive administrative overhaul. The school board must actively oversee district finances and work with
sorry, or two, identify and eliminate fraud, waste, and abuse. School boards should utilize transparent line item budgeting and publicly disclose financial reports and purchases exceeding $50,000 at a time. At the time, the school board meetings agendas are posted. Impose a 2-year moratorium against former school district administrators or their first degree relatives from lobbying, working for, consulting with, or receiving compensation from any entity that believes that benefits school bond elections past very so I think that sentence that's going to come up with multitudes for us to deal with it. So, yes, yeah. And you can compare it as 77 as it is now. This is twice long. But I think that strikes to both of them. Is there any debate or, sorry, questions about 77 as it's been done?
Virtual platform is a much slower conversation. This is very slow. But then that's 44 fun.
So I thought we had something about public posting.
The public posting flyers, then it do that 67.
Obligations, contracts. To me, that reads in that's in there. Taxpayer, yeah. Uh, any other concerns about 77? We go to the vote here. So I'll move to pass 77 as amended. Any debate? Hearing none. All those in favor of 77 as amended, say aye. Those against say nay. Ayes have it. So it's passed. Okay. Next one is no corporate welfare. That has no changes from the current platform. I'll ask unanimous consent to pass 77 as presented. Hearing no objection, 77 is passed. Sorry, 79. Same deal. I move to pass 79 as presented. With no objection. Hearing none. 79 is passed. 80. Eliminate federal activity. Same thing. Move to pass 80 without objection. Hearing no objection, 80 is passed. 81 in the Fed. I'll move to pass without objection. Hearing no objection, it is. Should we say INAS for Alright. Number 82. No changes either. I ask unanimous consent to pass 82 as presented. Hearing no objection, 82 is passed. Alright, 83. There are quite a few changes in this. This one is the one called on the current platform, right to use gold, silver, cash, pass substitutes. My first motion is going to be to rename it to currency choice. Yeah, currency choice. And is there any debate on that? I mean, I like it too. I think it's very succinct. I appreciate it. But was that Tom does? I'll go to vote. All those in favor change the name to currency choice. Say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. Let's have it. The name. And now you can see that there are some just minor changes from grammar, like in that first paragraph, and then elsewhere it kind of goes off the rails. There's a lot, in a good way. Going back. Going off the rails could be fun.
What are the two asterisks? In the first line?
An asterisk, oh, that is from the current platform. I don't know why they're there. You mean nothing. Oh, let's get rid of it. I mean, forget that. They might be referring to something, but
Yeah, they weren't at the platform. Okay.
so I'll read it as we have it amended. We support Texas in exercising its constitutional right under Article 1, Section 10 of the U.S. Constitution to recognize gold and silver as legal tender and to authorize the ability to transact, transmit, or exchange such gold or silver bullion by physical means, electronic means, or written instruction. To further that right, we support legislation for Texas to utilize the Texas Gold Depository to allow persons to buy, hold, and transact gold and silver bullion as money, including through electronic and debit card style transactions that make gold and silver functional legal tender. The state of Texas should protect such money and its use from capital gains taxation and at both the state and federal levels. No government should prohibit or unduly encumber the ownership, holding, use, trade, mining, or self-custody of money, currency, decentralized cryptocurrencies, or blockchain assets. We support a ban on any social credit system based on programmable or trackable digital currencies, including central bank digital currencies. We further support requiring any merchant accepted cryptocurrency authorized or recognized as legal tender by the state of Texas to be backed by gold and silver.
That takes up a lot of resolutions that we put in the blockchain and in crypto. And so this really ties into the elements here.
So just possibly could to kind of compact all of this together without making it too crazy. But I think this is what people are really looking for.
And it's got the things.
Yes. Yeah. That kind of all types of
Would somebody testify about the backing of gold and
so I didn't hear anybody come up about that. I saw a couple of resolutions
can we
that
have
have
some kind of repository for precious metals? I thought cryptocurrency was sort of data mining data set. I don't know that it is based on a precious metal backing.
oh, yes. Yeah, so there is a question about this last sentence I'm sorry. About so the concern about the last one is that it restricts cryptocurrency to be backed by gold or silver, both instead of as it is live. Which needs to be
Research behind cryptocurrencies are not backed precious metals. I'm not sure where that idea originated. I don't mind the idea. I just don't know that it's practical. More than it's a part of the design.
yeah, no, I'm glad you brought it up because I did have a question about
Such a simple, silly thing, but
We could encourage them to move toward a precious metal based backed cryptocurrency standard, but it would be a redefinition of what I think cryptocurrency is. I'm not an expert.
I'd like to read definition. I mean, there are some predictions that are regulations, but not the vast majority. I think the goal there is to have it backed by some tangible, object, like coal or whatever.
Yeah, so maybe we can have language that suggests we move in that direction without requiring it
Like,
immediately, which would make it sound like we don't know what we're talking about. Which I don't, but.
Says that the council of those passed to the board, it's a being that all their civil status has a state thing, national payment system tied. It's all in.
Make gold, silver, back crypto the only form that virtually accepted cryptocurrency. That was one. These are resolutions. Another one was make gold the same thing. So, yes, there is a mature the centralization of call on right to my right to self custody. That didn't. That is other one. Support private individuals to use own trade decentralized cryptocurrencies. This says nothing about what they're doing. Sorry, I don't think the architect is still there to enforce the controls. So this is not saying we're almost through. Do you have a specific link?
I do.
Which one?
It's on MUDs, and I have wording
on MUDs.
I think I might totally disagree. What's that?
That might just state affairs,
I know, but we're trying to put it in this because it deals with taxation. This is which committee is this?
Finance.
Finance. We missed the state affairs committee altogether. So I'll tell you our situation. Rockwell, Texas, we had 210 resolutions. Only 46 of them got sent. So now we're just trying to clean up and fill in as best we can. So I recognize that you guys are got a lot.
That's okay. The committee doesn't object. You have like 2 more hours if we only have 2 more blanks.
I'll finish those. And
We'll do it. We'll be on a pause. We'll pause here since we're kind of working on language anyway. I'll work on the language and we'll listen. I hope we have some good points. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so no, go ahead.
You all want it on a flash drive or email?
Email, please.
Okay.
And then
I really appreciate it.
That's okay. You actually hit us at a good time.
State affairs, you still have an opportunity to make some inputs at the committee of the whole.
That's our video of the whole, yes. Right. And we hope to do that, but it's gonna be a busy day.
Yeah.
I've done this too many times.
Yeah, it's hard to catch everything.
It is.
But at least there's not multiple places to go.
Exactly.
You got the 3 big.
That's true. That's true. Okay. So 2 minutes, right?
3 minutes.
3 minutes. Perfect. Good afternoon. My name is Bob Steinhagen. I'm from District 2. I am the host of the Buck and Bob Show and have been a delegate since to every state convention since turning 18. The MUD issue, municipal utility district, is an issue that should concern the Republican Party for several reasons. First of all, a MUD is basically a city unto itself. It has the people who live inside it have very little rights, and most importantly, we all probably agree that we want to get rid of state property taxes. However, if you live in a MUD, you will never be free of state property taxes because those property taxes go directly to the developer of the MUD. I was sued for defamation and business disparagement by a developer of an $850 million development. in McLennan, Chisholm, Texas, where I used to be the mayor. The lawsuit was frivolous. It was actually fabricated. And so much so that it's taken 2.5 years to get through the system. And as 3 weeks ago, the Texas State Supreme Court affirmed that it was frivolous, just like the Fifth Court of Appeals affirmed that it was a frivolous lawsuit. Now it's going back to the lower court where that developer must now pay me sanctions sufficient to deter them from ever doing that again. That's through the Texas Citizen Participation Act. But this MUD is being also sued by Rockwall County, which has very little power to do anything about protecting the rights of the community that we live in. So ultimately, MUDs are basically, if you look at the lawsuit that was against me, MUDs are basically developers who will do whatever they have to do, and they'll sue people like me to stop me from talking about them on my show. And they will look at it as a cost of doing business. Thanks to TCPA, the sanction may actually deter them, but we don't know. This MUD legislation will, the MUD proposal that we're presenting, that I'll email it to you, you'll see that it gives the counties the power to basically ensure that there's fire and that there's water sufficient to provide for the district as a whole. Remember?
No, go ahead.
Okay. To provide once it's in place. Currently, the county has no power to ensure that, and so you have these developers that are basically creating a bigger issue, especially when it comes to water, especially when it comes to fire, that puts an unfunded burden on local communities that basically benefits developers directly. Are there any questions? And once you get the platform playing, and if y'all want to move it over to State Affairs, that's fine. But if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Do you have language?
I do.
Yeah. Can you find reading it real quick?
Oh, sure, absolutely. Be glad to. Okay.
If you can send it to.
Yes. So in government overreach, basically. So supporting strong legislative reform, oversight, and accountability of special districts, we should, one, mandate clear and prominent disclosure to home buyers and property owners that district-issued bonds are not obligations of the county, and that infrastructure within such district is financed, designed, and constructed by the district, not the county. Two, provide counties a formal and substantive role in reviewing and issuing recommendations regarding the creation of any new special district within their jurisdiction prior to approval. Three, increase transparency in bond issuance, financial projections, and long-term tax and assessment and impacts on property owners. Further, we have A and B, and this is the last. We support policies requiring early structured coordination between developers, special districts, and county officials to fully evaluate the fiscal, infrastructure, and emergency services, drainage, transportation, and long-term taxpayer impacts of proposed districts before approval is granted. And B, we strongly urge and expect our state representatives, state senator, to lead and support comprehensive enforceable special district reform legislation during the 90th Texas legislative session, and work diligently to secure passage of reforms that protect taxpayers, strengthen local control, and prevent unchecked expansion of district debt without county oversight.
All right. Any questions?
When you talk about approval, you're talking about voter approval of that bond package.
Well, currently, the way those bond packages get approved is they put one person on that property. They put them in a trailer, and they establish a residence for, I think, 6 months. Once they do that, they have an election, and what that one voter votes to approve it. And that is a violation of Texas state law, but it is also the way all the MUDs are getting approved. So the other thing to remember is once those bonds are approved, the developer can add more debt without approval of those who live there. So the board of directors, they are a city unto themselves. The board of directors, they're in charge of the entire development, and the citizens don't have representation. So this is the insidious nature of MUDs and why we need reform.
applications.
Does that problem with the one trailer park or the one trailer resident, is that addressed already in legislation?
Yes, it's against the law.
It's just not enforced.
It's not enforced. District attorneys, for some reason, don't want to do it.
They have bigger fish to fry, or they think they do at the moment, right?
What's that?
They have bigger fish to fry, or it just doesn't rise to their level of attention, or
Just have to look at the ethics commission's filings for those district attorneys.
Good luck.
yeah.
In fact, the lawsuit that was against me, that was filed against me, I filed a formal complaint for the developer going into an executive session at a city council meeting, same city council that I was former mayor of, which is a violation of the Texas Open Meetings Act for an hour and 31 minutes. I reported that to the district attorney as a complaint and asked her to have it investigated. She absolutely ignored it. So why is that? It is my belief, I don't have proof, that she colluded with the city of McLean Chisholm to basically hide that. And so when I asked for the video evidence to prove that they went in from the cameras inside city council chambers, the city of McLean Chisholm gave me the video evidence except for the time right before and the time after they went into that session. And that video evidence is gone. So I reported these facts, and of course, this frivolous lawsuit that they filed against me and a single mom of 4 kids who started a PAC. They filed these lawsuits to shut us up. And but this is the insidious. What I'm trying to demonstrate is these are bad actors, and money is the only motivation to these special district developers. So we've got to put some kind of control to protect our communities and understand this development that I'm talking about is going to have a huge impact on the city of Heath, which is why the city of Heath sued the city of McLean Chisholm because they violated their comprehensive plan. So MUDs are not good neighbors, and they don't care about their communities.
All right, any other questions from the committee?
I sincerely appreciate you allowing me to do this. You'll get that in the next 5 minutes. Thank you guys. Thank you. Very well.
And I always advise people in the board think about these attorney he gets ghosted.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, I hate that you should hear her. She's a former city council member. Anyway, all right, real quick, let's go back to 83. We'll bring this out in time. The last sentence, I'm gonna move to strike. I think it's a poison pill again. I think there are plenty of people that want to use crypto and are not thinking about it being backed by gold, silver, or both, or anything like that. It's just an alternative currency choice. If you want the right to use it, so I don't want to narrow it down. Maybe over time, my view is probably going to change, and but exactly. Yeah,
It's a target list.
right. Yes, it is. It is decentralized cryptos. That's really the goal. That's what we. Okay. If there's, I'm going to vote actually on rejecting that sentence. All those in favor of removing that last sentence, say aye. Those against, say nay. Ayes have it. Back to the amended currency choice language. Is there further debate on this language? Hearing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of 1983 currency choice as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Those against, say nay. Ayes have it. And that's 83. Okay. I know there's no more in the folder, but wait, there's more. Like I said, there's a lot of new claims of gosh, okay. Well, let me make sure. Everybody should have access to the finance submissions Excel file.
Yes.
Little green button. Yeah, that's what we're working off of. Starting on row 32, you can all slow down until funny's there. On the suggested language tab,
Here, road 42. Second tab down there. Road 32.
That's SD18 Washington County.
You might go on resolutions, go to the second tab on there.
Okay, suggested language?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
32. Got to do with one of these at a time, but thankfully there's only 10 instead of 50. It was a long night last time. Alright, new plank, says here, senior tax relief, Texans over the age of 70 or older should be deemed to have satisfied their lifelong tax obligations, should be exempt from further taxes, state and local taxation. My explanation is over at E. It would exempt from sales tax. I think that's a far too reaching. I think anybody, if we have a sales tax, consumption tax, you should pay it. And this would be too far. Although I do kind of get it where they're going. I'll motion to table this. Is there any debate? Hearing none. All those in favor of tabling line 32, say aye. Aye. See it's the name, ayes have it. This table just going to disappear from your screen. We'll go to row 32. This one is about blockchain rights, and I'm not really going to read it because I believe it just went 83. So I'll move to table this as well. Is there any objection to tabling? Hearing none, it is tabled. Row 42. Separate funded legal nonprofit accountability. Legal nonprofits receiving government funds shall be subject to transparency, oversight, and accountability requirements to ensure that the people who they are funded to represent. If you look down on row 80, I have a new link there that deals with that. We'll go into that now. Says that nonprofits, legal aid organizations, hospitals, and other entities receiving government funds or taxpayer-supported exemptions shall be subject to transparency, oversight, audits, and accountability requirements to ensure public benefits are actually delivered to the people they are funded and exempted to serve. Nonprofit hospitals receiving property tax exemptions shall annually disclose charity care, community benefit spending, rejected assistance applications, eligibility, patient, bad debt, and the estimated value of their tax exemptions. Where charity care is verifiable, community benefits fall materially short on the value of tax benefits received. Texas should authorize proportional taxation penalties and other corrective measures with recovered revenue directed toward broadly based property tax relief and tax. So this really has two parts. It's that one part with the nonprofits and legal aid organizations. And then the second part is the nonprofit hospitals.
Funds without it. So they just didn't get it. They wouldn't continue to get it. To continue to do their unexpected entries. So I don't know.
We did receive several resolutions on that, but it's
It's crazy. I wonder, I don't know if the problem process was. Where.
So what I'll say is,
And it's CPA would be for decades. You know, right? My lights have to be secure.
the second part, the nonprofit hospitals,
For instance,
are we fine with removing that piece? And I say that because that first part literally says legal aid organizations, comma, hospitals, comma. And it says it in there, right?
also see to the very beginning when you were just talking about just nonprofits.
Yes.
And again, there's like.
Yeah. Yeah. Right, and then you specifically talk about one. Which is okay, I mean, it's listed right there anyway. It's good. So if I get rid of that second piece to it, then it's left with the nonprofits, legal aid organizations, hospitals, and other entities receiving government funds for taxpayer supported exemptions shall be subject to transparency. Excuse me, audits, accountability requirements. Is Mr. Martin, so to ensure public benefits are actually derived, delivered to the people, funded or sent to
So the
Grants, if you're not finding the things.
This is what establishes tax law. It's a federal thing. This is things.
If we just want to doge it to make sure we don't create more layers.
it sounds like more of a Doge thing, like they want to.
But we're asking some
Subsufficient.
specifically.
We should be had testimony in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So one probably they probably kind of information about what they were saying in these skills and values.
Right, did you catch me?
Yeah, the charity hospital thing came up in HHS as well. I just looked in and we did not keep it in. And I think the reason was they're already covered with nonprofits. But the concern is this smaller fraud type thing. Charity hospitals would be a natural pipeline for multiple charging Medicare, Medicaid, those kind of things. Where you're charging multiple entities for the same service, etc.
That's what.
But they should be still covered as a nonprofit. They should be under the public scrutiny and accountability, you would think. So I think we've covered the specifying them, unless you want to just include them in the list of entities that are funded.
Well, let's go back to 67 for we support requiring all government entities, quasi-government entities, charter schools, and entities receiving or administrating taxpayer funds, prominently posting in official websites, all the audible stuff. This is pretty much taken care of for it. 67. So, I mean, transparency, oversight, audits, accountability. And then but 67 is a towards anyone.
I'm not sure that there's much between that, right? It's not one organization, private organization that house running beyond file reminders, which I've been on the board of directors for SPAR, about the $16,000 in budget, but we still have to file our reminders, you still have to file all sorts of stuff with the Secretary of State and the franchise called and the organization I was in actually having a lot of really complicated problems. It's a small community article, a lot of complicated problems because of it, because our taxes were in the various facilities. The government knows, like, if you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing, the government knows, and you're not doing it's not doing, people cannot donate to you, and
So
that's
It's diagnosed and
there's always going to be some people that don't do the right thing.
yeah, right.
But are you going to
accountability for them? They yeah.
It's already in law.
Never like enforce the law.
as I understand it, this is the organizations involved in this fraud or for-profit businesses, right?
Some of the major nonprofits.
Some of them made that nonprofit business.
But again, we're gonna use an example of, I mean, every law is gonna be broken. Okay, so if somebody experiences that, it's a hardship, and from as it's like change your plan. Well, there's a law. Do we just, are we gonna we put it all in our plan? I thought that the most the reason for us to make put these planks in our platform is to help create laws that maybe lists, loopholes, etc. Right? But everything that's in that e-plank, along with the public posting, I think covers everything. From what I've seen, again, that's what I see how things are happening in the world right now. That's what's happening.
And look, the biggest issue here, we didn't get testimony. I don't know what issue we're actually trying to
Right.
fix.
You can only assume by that what we had in there, which is specific hospital, listed with some of the biggest parents.
Exactly. And maybe there is an issue there.
So maybe, well,
But that could be like the small kind of sniper shot of an issue that might give quickly instead of like this is go full war machine gun and yeah. Again, I think we dealt with this in '67. I think it's mostly what they're looking for is in like so what I'll do is I'll entertain a motion to take over. I'm gonna take over. Joe? Move.
So moved.
So moved. Needing debate on tabling. Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. Ayes have it. That one is tabled, which will then table also 42. Back to row 52. Securities ownership protection. Texas shall protect purchasers. Direct ownership rights and securities and prevent intermediaries from claiming ownership, collateral rights, or superior control over securities purchased by investors. That seems like the business is commerce issue. It sounds like Claim 31E, which is business and commerce. 31E says enact legislation protecting property rights, freedom of citizens and businesses in Texas by eliminating priority given to largest financial institutions and to investor. I think it's the so if there's no objection to tabling 53, table 53, we can go to 54. Sales tax enforcement will treat Texas shall collect all sales tax revenue equally, investigate preferential tax arrangements, penalize officials involved in unlawful favoritism, and pay-to-play practices, tax practices. Now, we didn't get testimony, so I don't know what it's referring to. Sales taxes. I mean, I have language, but like exactly, isn't that already the law? Yes. And there are carve outs already in the law, which may not be fair, but that's just processes to dispute it. Correct, right. So
Slave.
if, yeah. So I hope I'm gonna ask to vote on this. I'll move the table. Is there any debate on table? Here we go, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor, table and say aye. Those against say nay. Ayes have it, and divorced. Down to 70. Text from can support using every legal method to ensure that any still district tax break given to homeowners 65 or older, such as exemption freeze, cap reduction credit is automatically given consent way, and with same financial benefits of homeschool or private school families who own looking residents of the state. I believe this was kind of dealt with in 76. It's not exactly the same remedy, but it would conflict with 76 essentially. And we would have to change it.
So if there's no more comments to this one.
It's the status of homeschoolers being given funding to cover their expenses.
It's already happening. You
So
can, you
since
can
they're-
apply for T funds and they're already getting answers, responses, something you got approved.
I'm big for homeschool, we homeschool.
Yeah, it's happening.
That's like a double benefit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. So I'll move to table 70. Is there any debate tabling 70? Hearing none, go to a vote. All those in favor of tabling 70, say aye. Aye. Those against, say nay. Ayes have it. 70 is tabled, and I believe 73 and 74 pretty much going to be the same thing. 73 is residents purchase price taxation. Homeowners are taxed only on the purchase price. We'll just deal with that. So without objection, I'll table 73. And then 74, Texas should substantially increase the homestead exemption for senior citizens over 65 and older. I believe we already had this debate, so I will move to table 74 without objection. And then 75. Yes, this is back to the hospital zone. I think we just had a debate on this, so I will move to table 75. All those. You want to read it? Yeah.
Second to last plank is not a bad. Where they're supposed to be a charity hospital, but their benefits for the short of the value tax exemption was. Are they saying that they want to make sure that they're actually doing the charity work that they're chartered to do? How do you determine the charity help out for them to do? I don't know. But if they're not doing charitable work, I don't want them to stay.
Yeah, I agree with that, but if they're trying to value it, I would that.
Well, you value that, everywhere, right? In the fence, that's a here version.
Or with this, I'll with this. Because. Tax exemptions, so this is gonna try to define, well, I mean, like you were saying, the value of their properties, those, guys. To try to put how much portion on the value this and rubber platforms
So, yes.
Parcel property taxes.
So, paragraph 2, flip to the left. Paragraph 1 is already dealt with. It's talking about
Yes.
on its own. So it's about 3. From partial taxation. Well, it's another taxation, right? So like new taxes, yes. So on that principle alone, I'm gonna flip the table. All right. Motion's table 75 under debate. Hearing none. When vote all those in favor, tabling, say aye. Aye. Please say nay. Ayes have it. 75 is tabled. Members, we are almost done. We have one more to go through this FEMA resolution that was just sent. I'll give you. I'm gonna make another document in this
a platform committee folder. It's going to be called New Plank. This is new. It should pop up in the middle for y'all. First part is going to be the resolution that was sent to us. And then the second part is going to be language that I'm kind of just rolling over. Y'all can read that.
What folder is it in?
It's in the main folder, Platform Committee.
Okay.
It's called New Plank.
You click on it.
So you're saying this is a problem, right?
It's about the mud.
So whenever we were conversing, and I forgot specifically one question he asked me. He said,
Well, he said after approved, there was some things that happened, and I was asking, is that a vote? Approval, and that's when he talked about the single resident trip.
yeah, that's already the law. We
Right,
just
so
need
he-
to enforce. So again,
The whole not being, but have just one vote.
Right.
And how that's
So it should have been enforced, but wasn't.
It was blinking conflict with 73. But we enforce the creation of and limit work in special purpose districts.
but we did it. We did have one, right? For sure. It seems like this is
Post creation. Special purpose districts. Yep. It's already in here, we're paying it. This is the catch. That's 773.
should we say
So
she wanted out of concrete.
I mean, all special purpose district, for special purpose district is this is so
It does.
but we did
Just to
just hit the nail on the head a little harder. We could
Gotta
go
find-
back to 73 and say, including muds.
including but not limited to months, parentheses, especially once it's starting one more. It's one person puppy.
So here's what I'll do.
You're already on legal standard.
I will move to reconsider 73. Any debate? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. Ayes have it. That means we're back on 73. Let's think it's back up. Correct. Absolutely. Yes. And then creation of management or special purpose of districts. The idea is to possibly add mud in here. Simple.
Including but not limited to. My districts, especially those created by one factor. I'm being for reals. I hadn't heard, I did, that's crazy. I didn't know. That's insane.
Could just say creation of management, comma, municipal utility, comma, or special purpose districts. Split balance, municipal. Of course, then you get the whole kids, clouds, and there's plenty of other kinds of.
Included but not limited.
Yeah.
See what, I think maybe that one is was the severity of like madness on it, but it's. That's why I'm not, I don't object to actually paying them.
What if we were to suggest that the county in which the proposed MUD should be, is planned or is proposed, the county should have an opportunity to vote on that proposal as opposed to residents of that entity.
Alright, so. Or special purpose districts, comma, including but not limited to. What we can put in districts. And watch that, adding that. To the vehicle, we can Texas. Is that,
Be that transparency around those things will be. It's probably for me.
That's not finished. A is not finished. That's either government or something. Jesus. Only part here is 1, 2, 3, but that maybe it's 2.
Well, that's part of me is to in the engine is considered as being that. So
Meaning that is 62. Yeah, I mean, with the authority that improves tasks on the death, lots of one of those was to make the
First part of the meeting reads like it's directing a specific district, state representative and senator. Where we should probably just say the legislature. It may have been crafted for an SD or something like that.
Yeah, yeah, fair point. Yeah, that's the one. Well, yeah, I think just us adding the including but not limited to explore the included district so if you thing take care of this.
Yeah. I on the first B, I would strike from our down to United Legislature. So and to keep it in context with the other planks, we urge the legislature to enact this during the 90th. I mean, we could say during the 90th late, but we leave out all the other stuff. We just move right to, we expect the legislature to enact it. Well, of course, all of this is expected the legislature to enact it.
Right, all of it.
Oh, yeah.
So maybe we strike B.
Right, what page are you on the 73 impact fees?
I'm on the new plank.
Oh, go back to the 73 that file. Yeah, what's the name?
So what page are you on? Sorry.
Under the past folder. Past and go to 73 impact fees.
Let's see if I can figure out where to go. Okay, so new plank.
Oh, what kind of dates?
Past folder 73.
Yes. Yeah.
Sorry.
That's okay. And then you'll see in what's being proposed to add.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Is there any debate on adding what you see in green?
No, that looks good.
And hearing no debate, all those in favor of adding what you see in green, say aye. Those against say nay. Ayes have it. Is there any further discussion on 73 as amended? Hearing none, go to a vote. All in favor of passing 73 as amended, say aye. Those against say nay. Ayes have it. That is 73. Members, there is no new language. So if there is, remember, subcommittees may originate language. So unless y'all have anything else, we will go to a final vote on the finance section, which is 62 to 73, State 683 in the past one.
So, these titles here are the titles that they were, and that's okay.
I need to change them.
Okay.
Let me make sure they align.
Like 83.
Yeah. It's 65. Let me.
The draft shows the new language currently showing.
Yeah, it's in there.
So that's
labeled it in the folder or something.
That's what they got. It's the draft that type of files. So we have.
The subcommittee chairs a meeting tonight to go over what the report is actually supposed to look like against the full committee. I'm not sure if it's supposed to have the markup of this is what changed, or is it just here's the old language used to be. I'll find out today, but it'll be.
So what's going to happen tonight, I think, is right now they're cleaning up the stuff from the AM folders, the AM sections, so that we can build the whole platform document once all the sections are done. That's what we'll look at tomorrow.
Okay.
If we have questions about what was changed, we can pull up individual documents we want to avoid things and slow things down. But we can pull up individual documents that will show all the changes from any stage of the process. So we have the history of all that in files that are saved, but I don't think that's what we're going to show in the committee unless Chairman Trainer wants to be there.
Hopefully I'll find out tonight.
Schedule 7 to this.
Okay.
Came from Trey and ultimately topics.
Well, before we get into that other committee business, we'll go to a final vote on the finance section. Everything in the past form. Is there any debate on this final report from this meeting? Hearing none, go to vote. All those in favor, just say aye. Aye. Those against, say nay. Ayes have it. We have a report. Yay. And now for further business, see, is there?
And then say there's the
Okay.
You Chairman to a version of the final knowledge success. So to say exact file, there's a change in setting, just make sure it's final thing, but it's for the rough filing, the final set. Okay. So now let's always have to do this.
Let's see, Master, those factors. Well, it's only anything Master said, yeah, but no, all the tax yeah, rhythm. Okay, so is it document sessions and
Business. Sessions involved. And all the committee sessions.
discussion of it?
5:30.
You guys help me out. I need this something tomorrow. And this starting opinions.
Thursday.
Is that all 6?
And then no, that's Thursday to do with Trace.
Tomorrow we're just.
Oh. Tomorrow's
This is
Thursday's the permanent. So we'll meet again as a permanent subcommittee for finance at 5:35 on Thursday. Because obviously we have to go through the final report as a main committee. He wants to break it down by 7 minutes to put up. Okay, I see. Other than that, though, we're not meeting again as a temporary committee. Operating procedures, production rules. It looks like we're meeting tomorrow at 8, though. That's a full committee.
Correct. So no more subcommittee meetings, as I understand it.
Yeah.
So the process at this point, didn't go through this before.
Not on the platform.
Okay, so the process is that we take the version with all the changes, we save it into to lock in place everything you've done.
Yeah.
We then save it again and accept all the changes, and you and the editor ideally sit down, make sure that it was exactly the way you want it. And we incorporate all the changes. The one we accept the changes is the one that gets put into the document that we're building to the whole lot.
Okay, so the document building, it will be the language, not all the markup, right?
Correct.
Final language.
The one that's gonna be shown, again, as I understand it, the one we're gonna be showing tomorrow.
Yes.
Should be the one that with all the changes accepted, and the only thing that's not final is the number.
Yeah.
That'll retain the static number, so if somebody wants to testify on plank 74, it's still plank 74. New planks are numbered 74A, 74B, wherever they fall on the sheet.
Yeah. Okay. Enough. Yes, we will find time at some point, right?
No, I mean,
Still get
that's-
direction.
I mean, unless I hear different,
Yeah.
But that's what the next step, if you guys can help us by doing that process right now, we'll be good to go.
Yeah. All right,
So we're already doing that process with the board.
Stay me and you, or is it everybody? Please leave that me and you, okay. All right, well, members again, meeting again as a full committee at 8 tomorrow. Make sure to go to that. It looks like, again, we're not meeting again as a subcommittee until or permit at the beginning. So that's all that.
Towards the finish. Can you do that now?
Yeah, I can do that.
Are you available to do that now?
Yeah, I have a few minutes. Not scheduled to be anywhere to.
7.
Like, oh yeah, 7.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So one question. Any objections to adjournment? None? We're adjourned. There you go. All right. Didn't even let me vote on that. Sorry. Yeah. What is the first step? So are we literally going 62, 63, 64?
You're just going to compare and make sure that what he has, what you intended.
Okay.
Because you the Google Docs, he will work in front of
Then
Word docs.
Okay.
So you might want to pull your Google Docs on as he goes through it. And if you would go ahead and save this as the meeting with the right term.
Appreciate you also feedback on everything is helping me find all the things that duplicating work.
Hey, how are you?
Good. I've been meaning to say how you like.
I know, no. We went to go eat late, so.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So this, so you already saved
We're so
That's. You got all those in your conference.
now just say.
Yeah. How you doing?
Good. Staying busy. How are you?
I'm good. Good. Mandy here? Or no?
No baby, no me. So it's just me.
Just you?
Yeah.
Just you. Do you mind if I steal you for a minute?
Check out again.
All right. Give me just a minute. I'll be right back.
So, anyway, are they?
Take it to.
Now, change on you. So, so I can my angle thought to that. So, did it. I explain further. That's the great. That was kind of a trial by fire. That's changes. I'm really glad that I said. Okay, I'll get straight to the streets. Yeah, only 3. So I'm good. I mean, I hope you all find 2 weeks kind of let it go. I mean, that's why people know this way. It's time or history in my head. I just give it another definition. What's the point? Like, I know it's South Southwest Atlantic, East County. That's what it can system is.
I wonder if maybe sure if it's sort of that.
That's something that comes in this.
I know it is. It's just so it's pretty long. Show you from she see where it's go straight down there. Ask the number 6. Can't spend waiting for jobs. I look through like yes. Great. Slow down.
Yeah,
Well, I think it's that's
a little bit. Yeah. Been as is right now, or refine it, but that's using the triple rate.
They don't want to change everything.
There have been now here. 1918. That knows that Jason this. You were
In fact, if you want to set this
Jimmy Lights, they added it back on. I mean, we're ready to go to war if need be, but we like to avoid it. So, yeah, right. At all. But you can open and honestly bring up that.
so if you would send well
Thank you.
I don't know what this is.
if you want to send it to me, I can maybe able to this
That's Jerry.
Yeah. Well, TLR, Technical Life said that they would still as of that's my notion. But if anything, would just be on the front of things, the people that are examining right now. There's a lot more like yeah. Yeah, trying to go there. So, if you hear anything, let me know. I'll try to be here tomorrow. If I can, I don't be here for sure Thursday. I'm just gonna get there, you know, like.
A little busy, that's all.
Yeah, we can go tomorrow. No, that's pretty good. What do you guys have tomorrow? Why aren't any plans? No, I. Are you reaching? Yeah, no, give me all of that. We can move it up the corner.
Take like one time, sure, it's hacking.
Was that pretty good? Pretty good.
Yeah, only one.
Are you working with Kevin?
All right. How are you guys?
I'm doing good. How are you? Appreciate you being here. Well, thank you very much. You guys have been
Restaurant
engaged.
break or
Right.
Jeremy. Have you done roll for correct?
I don't know. We're friends. Yeah. I mean, we
So,
look like.
Something good.
Down here.
I don't.
I shoot for glasses. I don't wear makeup.
I trusted you.
But yeah, yeah, sounds good.
We can confirm.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna go to the restroom then, so, sorry.
Yeah. Forget it. Probably. Yeah.
Scale around.
Yeah.
Are you from, St. Martin's? Fish. True. Martin Nelson.
For me, yeah. Oh, I know. I'm going back up next to people.
You did a great job.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Glad I could help.
Yeah, you were keeping track of his stuff going on Google Drive really well. Okay. Do you want to see what I'm doing, or do you care? Or... Okay,
I know I should,
that's fine. Not a problem.
Everybody's
I'm gonna shut down and head back to the ballroom.
sure.
And when you guys have finished the final review to make sure that what you have in there doesn't really wants. Take it to another, and we need the break machine. If I can add Judy's list. There's no click in the door. Ready? Thank you, sir. So I hear you're applying for law school?
Yeah.
In addition to your finance stuff?
As a career change.
Okay. When you said your dad's an attorney?
Yeah, my dad's in
Are you trying to go into family practice?
no, so he does patent prosecution, so like front of the patent office, he gets kind of his ground. And to do that, you need a STEM degree, which I don't. So
Oh. Okay.
I'm looking more into like government regulatory affairs or government contracting type stuff.
Well, it's your recommendation. That'd be, actually, my recommendation probably should get law school. So. Anyway. So, Michael, are you clear on? Just basically looking at 3 files: your Google stuff, and his version with the track changes, and then his version without the track changes. That should be the timeline. I think we'll probably take out all the yellow highlighting, but that's a one-step process. So I'll do that at the end.
Yeah, okay.
Like you'll email that file when he's done. And, oh, good job.
Yeah, and I think that's what Rick just sent me. Right?
Yes. Yeah, technically you should work, probably Dane should do the work on this, if there are changes to it, what he says you won't have.
Yeah. It's meeting and error.
Right.
62. It's all suspended.
Thank you guys, I'll be down the ball with the questions, you follow, who's up time ready?
What?
We got my number. Okay, thank you guys.
62s.
I was impressed with how you worked that, Michael, with all the Google Doc stuff.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it helps, right? Especially if there's not a screen. So, I mean, we need to be able to see it, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
All right, take care.
See you. Back to 62. So here it is. There. But it was 63. I think this is right. Not the AI dash. Yeah, that's good. 64. Yes, 64 is good.
This part about the first in all sections sounds like it was to get conversations, religious leaders, well, first definition,
But what's this?
consistent in meeting about the blessing on the section about its again. Oh, for the revision. Seven, that's primary that's what I.
66.
66 is good. 67. Good. 68. The space condition of the beginning. E. And that's good. Stay with the wall. 69. We support eliminating. Yeah, it's the fact that I can use for repealing the 16th Amendment to eliminate all federal injustice. With everything until federal estate taxes. Common capital payroll taxes. Common capital gains taxes. Common and gift taxes. Federal taxes. Or appealing required minimum distributions from qualified drinkers. Feedback is for ending 60 so we often taxes. If as federal state taxes, if taxes connected with instances, and if taxes security. Until federal taxes are immediately supported and required these concessions from qualified Cameron County investigations. That's it. 70. Texas on taxes. The only change there was that adding the pass streets attached. Then that's going. But it's the issue for talk and it's things. Really look at this. It's in platform for a reason, but yeah. Are these being used to display something? No, either way, we can touch it. Like 72 elected officials. State county elected official and local elected officials receive and we increase the salary stipend township. That's section Tony Ruben. Any increases in the section. That should be reworded. Of the voters voting on member, it's of the voters. And just removing voting in the measure. Two-thirds of voters, but two-thirds. Oh, I see. Just so it doesn't say two-thirds. Probably just didn't voters voting on a measure provided that at least 20% of all registered voters in the affected jurisdiction participate in the election. Yeah. Definitely added the included but not limited to. It is that lens thinking you got lots of 73 skills, 74. There's no change. So I'm assuming you're right. That's 70 is for the many to persist that businesses needed individuals this. That's 76. That's high. That's yeah. I know you're correcting me now. It's gonna be 7. No change to that. That's the only thing that changes. And choose. I think 83. This is different. Support Texas, the next few students from the right under. Sorry, I took out the parenthesis. So the parenthesis or 0.48. Okay. Makes sense. Parenthesis part. There's right. Declare member blah 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 which is correct in the case and what's it? That's what the servers doing. This had no column after it moved, but should it have a column? What's line edit, I took out the parentheses with units use. Well, grammar wise, should be there. But I feel like it's weird. Yes, that's it. So would this be considered my subcommittee? That's good. Could you send me a this? Anything for anything else? Oh, well, I have even full. Yes, please. Yeah.
they did leave papers, but there's the sign-in board, I like black fonts, and the ones that were used, they took them with them.
Yeah.
And even here, so. Yeah, this committee's done resolutions. See, they, on the paper, they decided that all they was resolutions. I want to think it was at the individual flavors, it was involved, it was